call, 5-minute call exhibitors for those first classes this morning. We will be showing Sepik, Trop, and Southdown. Sepik, Shropshire, and Southdown. First classes are in those three breeds. Southdown, senior ran lambs. Shropshire, also senior ran lambs. And Sepik, you will be training in fitted senior ran lambs. 5-minute call. Still do have open. Ready in the ring for those first breeds of the morning. We need Sepik, and you're going to be in ring 1. Shropshire is in ring 2. Southdown in ring 3 and 4 combined. Again, we need senior ran lambs for the Southdowns and for the Shropshires. We need fitted senior ran lambs for the Sepik. In the ring now, please. trying to be nice. But Tracy needs you. Final call for the first classes of the morning. Staff down. Senior Ramlands, 7th, 5th Senior Ramlands, and Cropster Senior Ramlands. Final call for the ring. Hey Kyle, one of the problems you'll have though might be hard one. Pardon? I might. The one I was that one. The one I that one. Yeah. Yeah. The one I pulled up and aimed it like that. Good morning and welcome to the North American International Livestock Exposition here. We have the junior breeding sheep show going on. I get the opportunity to sort some Suffolks in my ring this morning. We're going to start out with the fitted Suffolks, and we got a single entry fall ram here. I think one that we can be evident has tremendous amount of growth and length, and he handles with quite a bit of length as well. I think he's reasonably sound as he gets out and moves, and a good high quality individual here to start us off on our Suffolk breeding sheep show. Congratulations.
Placing on the Suffolk Fitted Senior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 1, Knutson F15-1, Allison Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. Judging our shows today, we have Kyle Thayer working the Southdown ring. Kyle is from Cummington, Massachusetts. He's a full-time farmer and a fifth-generation shepherd and farmer on Splendor View Farm and Strawberry Fields, Hampshires. He'd like to tell his son, Logan, who's watching him at home, hello. Working in our ring with the Shropshires today is Dustin Cruitt from Taylorville, Illinois. Dustin is the County Executive Director of the Farm Service Agency. He also runs 80 Club Lamb type ewes and 25 head of Columbias. They've been a breeder of Columbias for lots of years. Dustin is married to Jenny, and they have two wonderful kids, Dalton and Jade. And working our Suffolk show today is Travis Hoffman from Fargo, North Dakota. He's the extension sheep specialist for both North Dakota and Minnesota. He was born and raised on a registered Quarterdale sheep operation in South Dakota, graduated from South Dakota State University, and completed a master's and PhD degree from Colorado State University, with an emphasis there on lamb quality. Travis currently holds a joint position with North Dakota State and the University of Minnesota as their extension sheep specialist. Let's welcome those three judges to our show today.
Here to get started in the Southdown side. Here with our fall lamb class, a really nice competitive class. I think we had a pair of bucks that surely sorted themselves to the top fairly easy in my mind, in a really close pair. I like some things a lot about both these bucks. Starting with the buck, just a big rugged buck. I like the bone about him. I like the rack shape on this ram right behind the shoulder. Just a really neat shape to him down his top. They're both rams with quite a bit of muscle to them. Pretty good breed type about these two bucks, and they move around the ring really nice for me. Close in my mind. I think the first place buck's longer loin. I think our second place buck's maybe just a little longer hipped. Splitting hairs between the two of them. I like them both quite a bit. The second place buck just super smooth. I like the smoothness about his front end. I surely like that about him, and his straightness and his length of top. Our long-bodied buck is our buck in third. I surely like that overall length of body. When you get him on the move, he kind of opens up just a little bit right behind his shoulder with that overall length. Not quite that overall dimension of thickness down his top, but surely love that super long body, cool made up through his front end. If you need a lot of length of body, that's a buck that would give you that for sure. A little stouter made buck here we got here in fourth. Really nice type ram. He just gives up maybe just a little bit of that overall length of body. You like the bone, you like the correctness about him, and the stoutness about him here in fourth. And our fifth place buck, a buck that just doesn't quite blend together quite as nice as the bucks ahead of him. A big stout buck with a lot of length and a lot of natural thickness to him. Maybe not quite the width in his pin set here in some of the bucks ahead of him, but a nice Southdown fall buck in his own right. Thank you.
Placing on the Southdown Senior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 4, KDK Aztec, 1539, Kelsey Smearcheck, Richelt, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 8, Lazy 5, 7175, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. Third to entry 1, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 3, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry number 5, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Sixth place to entry 7, Holden Lovelace, Mulhall, Oklahoma. And 7 to entry 6, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee.
Suffolk January Ram Lambs here, and I think again plenty of them with performance and growth. And I think as we read through these, this is certainly, we're starting with the one that's skeletally quite handily the best for me. You read this guy at the ground, and he's the one with some width to chest and true width to base, and I think he handles as big a top as any. And in fact, if you want, you can certainly handle him, and I know that he's just as long hind saddled as anything that we've got out here. I think that he's also big topped, and he's true in his rib shape at this stage and point. He's the one that's the kind for me. I think he's plenty big enough relative to frame score, in my personal opinion. I like the look of the young man's ram that we have here in the second spot, and I think in terms of just angles and straightness and levelness, he's the one that you can like just as good as any of them. He sits it certainly down on a frailer foot and bone, and I think even if you look at his head, it's not quite as masculine and rugged as the one that we're calling the class winner, but I think he's still leveler, and I thought he was just a little sounder probably than the one that comes into the 3 spot. He's the one that the one that's in third is one that I think has some good to him as well. I think he has more full rib, and I think he's kind of a little bit bigger loin than the one that's directly behind him. The sheep in 4, here's a really long extended kind of a guy, and in fact might be the most extended of any of them. To me, he's just too green, and in terms of his rib shape and his overall top and dimension, there's not as much power in him as we read him. And then I think that the ram that's right behind him there, probably is just a little bit bigger hipped, and in fact, I like that he's got some openness to his chest floor and through his full rib. To me, he comes in a little bit more challenging package. He gets a little bolder at the point of his shoulder, gets a little bit more off in that hip, and sets that rear pastern down with a little bit more cushion that's probably necessary. Thanks for bringing out some Suffolk Rams for me to look at here in your junior show.
Get out here in our first class of Shropshire Buck Lambs, and I think we got one to start that does so in terms of just structural soundness at the ground. One that we get our hands on, he sure doesn't disappoint you. He's really big and bold in his rib cage. You get your hands on him, he's super big and stout down his top, works a large amount of muscle. I may want to take just a little bit of that lower chest plate out of him, but I think one that's sure acceptable for the meat and muscle that he's carrying in this particular class. Our second place sheep is sure one that's neat in his handle. He's really expressive in his rack shape. He's really big and square out of his hip. Just maybe like to take a little bit of extra set out of his back hock, but I mean that's getting pretty minuscule on one that's pretty good. The sheep I like, I guess, coming into class is the one in third, probably more of my outline type of sheep, one from the outside looking in. I really appreciate that extra length of body. One that when we set him in motion just wants to get that right back leg up underneath him ever so slightly. I don't know if it's the chips or if it's just his natural movement, but I'd like to set him down a little functionally wider there. But one thing about that sheep, I guess, when you study him and you analyze his angles, that's one that's going to be the biggest next year, I guess, in my estimation. Super complete sheep we have here in the 4th hole, one that's extremely hard handling and good muscled, one that we want to straighten up out of his hip ever so slightly to compete with those directly above him, but one that's super good and super neat in his design. And just a real production-oriented type of sheep to conclude the top 5 with, one that's extremely bold and dense in his rib. Just need to get him off the ground a little bit to compete with those that are directly above him, but an outstanding set to start this Shropshire drive.
Placing on the Suffolk show, our fitted early Ram Lamb class. First place to entry 5, D. Henderson, 16-7. Clayton, Brady, and Aubrey Henderson of Atlanta, Indiana. Second place to entry 8, KJ Lansing, 2524. Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Third place to entry 4, Morgan Ellers of Wyuga, Wisconsin. 4 to entry number 6, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. And 5 to entry 3, Morgan Ellers of Wyuga, Wisconsin. Placing on the Shropshire class of early junior Ram Lambs. First place to entry number 13, City Limits Sheep Farm, 1610, Jaden Slutz of Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to entry 7, Clark, 1602, Brady Clark, Gill Mountain, New Hampshire. Third place to entry 15, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Fourth to entry 6, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 5 to entry 2, Addison Nicholson, South Windsor, Connecticut. Sixth place to entry 16, Taylor Ruff, Mechanicsburg, Ohio. 7 to entry 8, Brady Clark, Gill Mountain, New Hampshire. 8 to entry 10, Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri. 9 to entry 12, Emily Anderson. And 10th place to entry number 17, Samuel McDermott, Maple Park, Illinois.
The White F-250.
Once again, a real nice set of buck lambs here in our January division. Definitely a little different parts and pieces here in my top 5 when we sorting them out. In our top 2, a pair I like a whole lot. They've got some different things about them. If I could change one or mix those 2 buck lambs together, I think you'd have one that's fairly super ideal, I think. Starting with the buck, just a lot smoother about his front end, a lot cleaner made up through his front end, a super straight line buck. He's really long top buck. He doesn't have quite that dimension of muscle we've got in our second place buck. Second place buck, if I could just make him move out a little nicer on those front legs, just a little nicer about his chest floor, he can win the class easy. Just big old power in that rear end on that buck, super wide hipped. He's got some great things about him. I'd just like to change him just a little bit, how he moves up those front legs and how wide he is in his chest floor for this day of age. But boy, he's got a big old hip in him, and if you need muscle and squareness, he's going to give it to you. We come down to these next 3 bucks. Our third place buck just gives up some of that power and balance that we had in those first 2 bucks. A long-bodied buck, you surely like that length of body and size that he's achieved to this day. Really a long top ram. Our fourth place buck, one of those rugged buck with a really nice breed character about him. Looks like he got into a little hay, so he's about as full as you can get out here today. But a nice square rugged buck, good feet and legs. You surely like the breed type and the squareness about him. And our fifth place buck, a buck that falls in line the same way, maybe carrying just a little more condition than I'd like to see, just a little fuller than I'd like to see, but straight in his lines, good and correct and level buck here to round out our top 5.
Now ready in ring 3-4 for Southdown, February Ram Lambs. placing on the Southdown January Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 20, Michael 1620, Seth Michael, Plymouth, Indiana. Second place to entry 15, Wall Street 1627, Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Third to entry 19, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. 4 to entry 13, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry 14, Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. 6 to entry 18, Carson Knettle, Greenfield, Illinois. 7 to entry 21, Levi Weaver, West Fork, Arkansas. And 8th place to entry 17, Shelby Pollard, Brockton, Illinois.
Oh, it's real.
Maybe tell the officials.
Class of Suffolk Ram Lambs, and truthfully, some pieces of the puzzle to get to sort between the one in my mind that kind of throws that rugged look and is as true in his body dimension as any is the one that I like and call the class winner. I like that darkness of his points, just again that foot size, that rib shape, and I think when he handles with some dimension and some width to his loin and hip as he gets out in motors, and I think it's kind of neat. She said that he certainly made it past a life injury, but I think in terms of quality, if you read him, in terms of his skeletal build, I guess I like him the best out of the ones that we've got out here. I think it's also close between 2 and 3, but I opted for the two young gentlemen here that I think handles with a tremendous amount of length, and in fact, what I like is how level he truthfully is down that top line. He still handles extremely long in terms of his hind saddle. To be critical, I think I'd like to see some bone work that matches with a little bit more power. I'd like to see just a little bit more center body and dimension, but I would take the chance that as this guy matures that it'll come with him and he can still have enough ruggedness and look to him. I thought about switching the third place sheep here and moving him up a notch because I like him in terms of his skeleton as we look at him here today, but truthfully, even though he is got that immature kind of a look to him, he doesn't handle with maybe as much top as maybe we would prefer, but I think he's got the right pieces and the right angles. I think as he continues to develop, hopefully we get, again, a little bit more testicular development in that guy as well. But man, young lady and young gentleman, that's a nice sheep. I like him a lot in terms of the balance and the look. And again, that's a breeding program I think that's working. They don't have to be super big. And in fact, he beat several of them that are larger than him. The one that comes in next in line is certainly a large-scaled kind of a sheep. He's ultra long, particularly when you get your hands on him. I think he's one that, again, is going to have enough growth and enough performance for me. He needs to be sounder on those feet and legs at the ground in order for me to move up. I think that the individuals that got, the young ladies that got that next guy, I think he's probably got a little bit truer top shape than the one that's right in front of him, and I give him that credit. And in fact, there is some muscle shape. To me, his skeletal challenges come at his front end of how that shoulder comes down to his knee and to the ground, and we certainly don't get much flex and much mobility in him. The young lady that has the next one, I think, again, enough performance, no doubt. He's one that challenges us from the balance standpoint. We get a little extra deepness to that front end, and he's not nearly as level in terms of how his top and his hip is designed, but a nice group of individuals, just some pieces of the puzzle. Again, you can take them home and use them in your breeding programs and identify the things that you like best. Congratulations. Thanks for bringing out the Ram Lambs.
Placing on the Suffolk fitted late Ram Lamb class, first went to entry 12, Parsley Suffolk, 1610, Catherine Parsley, Sheridan, Indiana. Second to entry 10, 4 J's and a T, 1675, Caden Jacoby, Washun, Ohio. Third to entry 15, Jennifer Livermore, Media, Illinois. 4 to entry 11, Jacqueline Elke, Barrett, Minnesota. 5 to entry 16, Allie Begg, Findlay, Ohio. And 6 to entry 14, Raylynn Thompson and Avery Jones-Taylor, Patoka, Indiana.
We got here in our second class in our Shropshire ring. I think we got a pair on the top that are very high quality. Young lady sheep, that's one that's extremely good looking from the side. You get your hands on him, he sure doesn't disappoint you. He's up in his chest in comparison to our second place individual. He's long neck. You just got a lot of growth indicators that look like he's got some left in the tank. Big, stout, super complete sheep in second hole, and it's robust in his rib cage. You get your hands on him, he sure doesn't disappoint you. Two nice sheep to start. Sheep in third's one that's complete and he's really good looking. The young man gets him propped up. No real holes in that one, just in a class with two that are awfully nice. Young man sheep that we have in fourth hole is one that I like that sheep quite a bit. When he came in the ring, he hit me pretty hard. There's some things I'd sure like to change. I'd like to give him a little different set to his testicular development, maybe like to set him down on the ground a little bit when we stick him in motion, but one that you get your hands on. You've sure got to appreciate him. He's extremely long from that last rib back and works a ton of meat and muscle. And young lady sheep that we conclude the top five with is one that's sure stout and good looking from the side. Just need to lighten that one up a little bit for me today, but I think an outstanding class of buck lambs in this Shropshire division.
For our Shropshire show, we're now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. So we'll need the first and second place animals of that late class that just finished and their early junior Ram Lamb class that was prior to it. Placing on the Shropshire class of late junior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 29, City Limits Sheep Farm, 1650, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Second to entry 22, Clark, 1679, Brady Clark, Gill Mountain, New Hampshire. Third place to entry number 23, Brady Clark. Fourth to entry number 21, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 5 to entry number 24, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Sixth place to entry 33, Lane Falk, Farmington, Missouri. 7 to entry 25, Brianna Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. 8 to 26, Zane Melvin, Radnor, Ohio. 9 to 32, Brady Clark, Gill Mountain, New Hampshire. And 10 to 27, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Champion fitted Suffolk Rams to sort between here, and again a fall buck that's got a bunch of growth, and certainly might be as big as any of them out here. A good kind of an individual in his own right. I think there's some lambs that I like maybe just a little bit better for a couple different things. I said that the two young gentlemen rocking the neon pink, I think that's as sound a one and as good a skeleton and structured one that we've got out here. More of a decision in my mind comes because I like the gentleman's real extended kind of a buck that was second in that class. I'd just like to stout him up at his bone work a little bit, but man, I really like the angles in him. I think that he's certainly going to be one that's going to have a really nice look to him. Again, if he was a little bit better in terms of his footwork, I think it'd be easier. And then I like those young ladies' February buck lamb as well. I think he's got that depth of rib that we like, or that I personally prefer, and that stoutness of bone. I think to be critical of him, even if you watch kind of the front legs come out, kind of brings him in at the knees, and he's obviously not quite as square to the ground, but I think he's a good functional piece. I'll go show you the two that I like the best here in your fitted division in the Suffolk breed. Congratulations to the breeders. Good job.
nice, there's surely a real nice class here in our February buck lamb drive. It's definitely some different parts and pieces and some things we find in this group that don't all mesh up, but after taking a little while looking at them, this is how we're going to sort them today. Young lady wins the class. There's a lamb, not the biggest, not the longest, but boy, he's balanced nice. He's got great breed type. He moves nice. He really comes out of that shoulder nice. Really level in his hip design and structurally sound. Our buck we get in the second here, a buck that kind of grew on me more and more as our top group sorted out. He's the two young men showing him are at a little bit of disadvantage with some of the professionals in this top five. I'll tell you that, but they do a good job, and that buck lamb's good enough when you just look at him from his top down. And there isn't a hole in him. They're not holding anything together. He's just smooth, wedge shape right from front to rear, really level hip, really a nice breed character about him, good and stout on the bone, and just a nice long top, smooth buck lamb that kind of works his way into second here. Our third place lamb, a lamb I'd just like to give a little more heart girth to, and I'd like to just change him just a little bit about his color, but boy, he's a long top lamb, a lamb with a nice level hip in him. He's correct on those feet and legs. I just darken him up just a touch in his color and just change him just a little bit when he gets on the move. He wants to, that top changes a little for me right behind the shoulder there, and not quite as smooth as that lamb right ahead of him. Our fourth place buck, a buck, if I can change his color just a little bit, he's going to push that first lamb real hard. I can't get him I'm not going to get him out of the top five, but I will tell you that's not my ideal Southdown coloring on this lamb. But outside of that, a really good sheep, just super correct on those feet and legs, straight down that top. He's got bone, he's got some muscle, he's got some power behind, and neat the way he comes out of his front shoulder. He just falls in here in fourth. And our fifth place lamb, a nice, rugged, well-balanced lamb, another lamb that has got some muscle and bone to him. He might run out a little bit of top shape compared to some of those lambs ahead of him, but just a nice kind of Southdown buck here in fifth. Thank you.
In our in our Suffolk show, our fitted champion ram came out of the early ram lamb class, entry number 5, D. Henderson, 16-7, Clayton Brady and Aubrey Henderson of Atlanta, Indiana. For reserve champion, it was second in that early ram lamb class, entry number 8, KJ Lansing, 2524, Andrew Slack at Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. We're now ready in that ring for Slickshorn Ram Lambs. Slickshorn Ram Lambs.
We got here in our Shropshire ring from Champion Ram here. I think we've got 4 outstanding individuals out here, and they all bring something to the table that I think can move the breed forward, just depending on your breeding program and what you're looking for. I think there's a couple that hit me pretty good. I think in that particular class, it was awfully close. I'm not going to go back and retalk every one of them. I'll go out and select your champion and reserve.
Placing on the Southdown class of February Ram Lambs, first goes to entry 29, Oldenburg, 6071, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second to 23, Crowder, 1601, John Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. Third to 24, Reed Bear, Carlock, Illinois. Fourth place to entry number 37, Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. 5 to Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana, with entry 38. 6th place to entry 27, Abigail Burns, Flora, Indiana. 7th place to entry 36, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 8th place to entry 25, Casey Schniedermeyer, Hawk Point, Missouri. 9 to entry number 30, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. And 10 to entry 31, Bailey Wade, Paris, Missouri.
First and second.
For our Shropshire show, our grand champion ram goes to the first place in the late junior ram lamb class. Entry number 29, City Limits Sheep Farm, 1650, Jaden Slutz of Maple Park, Illinois. The reserve was second in that late junior ram lamb class. Entry 22, Clark, 1679, Brady Clark, Gill Mountain, New Hampshire.
Slick Shorn, Suffolk Ram Lambs here to start out this portion of the division, and I think it's pretty evident that we've got one that truthfully needs to be the class winner. This is the kind of the way you're supposed to make them in my mind, really stout at the ground and just giant topped and ultra level. I think there's enough good in that one that he can do a lot of good things for a lot of good people. I'm a big fan of how that one's made, and I think he excels this class relatively handily. The one that most looks similar to him, just in a little bit more moderate package, comes there in that second spot. He's the other one that's sound featured and good at the ground. And I think that guy on his own is certainly level enough in how he's made. He's a quality entry and solidly fits into that 2-hole. I think more of the decision of any of them come between 3 and 4. And I opt for use one that I think is just a little bit better in how he's built and he's designed, particularly at the top side of his shoulder. He certainly comes out with his neck quite a bit higher at the top side of it, of that shoulder. And I think he's a little bit leveler built than the one that has the production advantage in 4. I know he's just bold-ribbed and powerfully designed, and I like that sheep nicely in the 4 spot. He's one that maybe doesn't balance up quite as good of how that shoulder and neck is designed, and he's not quite as level throughout that hip, but he's productive, and I'm fine with that. One that gets a little bit more moderate down the line, but I think has a really neat shape. To me, he's got way more extra kind of leg wool than you would need relative to a traditional Suffolk forest. Long-sided sheep next in line that maybe doesn't give you that center body and power look, and then 2 that truthfully just look a little bit more immature for us. Thanks for bringing out some Suffolk Rams here at the North American. Good luck in your projects and in the future.
I want you to go south.
Placing on the class of Slick Shorn Ram Lambs for the Suffolks. First place and also champion Slick Shorn is entry 18, McCully 3484, Kyle McCully at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second and reserve Slick Shorn is entry 25, Circle T Farm 24, Celia Dodd of Bonacqua, Tennessee. Third to entry 19, Mason Miracle, Paris, Kentucky. 4 to entry 17, Skylar Birch, Christiana, Tennessee. 5 to entry 21, Carly Tracy, Connorsville, Indiana. 6th place to entry 20, Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. 7 to entry 27, Celia Dodd, Bonacqua, Tennessee. And 8th place to entry 26, Celia Dodd, Bonacqua, Tennessee.
Really neat group of March buck lambs. This top 5 kind of came together a little easier for me than some of the others. I got some quality here that to work with. And then looking at these lambs, we're going to start to start the class. Just a really neat package lamb. Lamb's super level in his design, super correct. Like the breed character, love the breed character about him. He's just a little neater in his chest floor than our second place lamb. Just a little more extended, just a little neater up through that lower chest floor than our second place ram. Our second place ram, boy, I love the muscle shape on that sheep. He's just a big old flat hip in him, a lot of bone, a lot of stoutness about him. Just square from front to rear, really got a nice rib shape to him, and just a pretty good kind of sheep. Our third place lamb, I thought about starting with this buck. The more I analyze him, I think he's just a little narrower in his pins and compared to the two bucks ahead of him. He's definitely probably a slightly larger, slightly longer bodied buck. Just a little narrower when you get right behind him and compare him to those two bucks ahead of him. But boy, you sure like his front end, his growth potential. He's got good bone and he moves around the ring nice. Really cool lamb here in fourth that kind of follows the first two lambs as much as any. If I could just lengthen him out just a little bit, he would have run right up in there with those two bucks. He just shortens up just a little bit when you get your hands on him. Super breed type about him, super nice about his front end and the way he lays into his shoulder. Really level in his design and correct. A nice big stout lamb here to end up our top five. Maybe just that little looser hided buck, a little looser in his frame, but you like the stoutness about him. He's got as much length as any ram and as much top as any lamb in the class, and just kind of fits in here nice in fifth. Congratulations. Shropshire.
For the Southdowns, now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Rams. So we'll need the first and second place animals of those previous four classes in the ring at this time.
Champion Suffolk Ram Drive, and in our Slick Shorn division there, we had only one class that had all of them, so those two got to come back and compete between these. I'm really happy with these that are going to get a purple and a pink ribbon and some championships. I think that they're ones that are sound structured and heavy boned and stout middled and big topped, and I think that that's good. I think personally, plenty of the Suffolks got enough frame size, and so I like ones that got a little extra middle, a little extra hip shape, and I think these that we read that we're going to call champions are as sound as any of them that came through the ring. I'm excited about that. We'll go crown your champions.
For the Suffolks, we're now ready to move into our yearling ewe classes. Fitted yearling ewe will be those animals in the early division born 9-1 through 124. Again, fitted yearling ewes for the Suffolks, your next class. 3 splits, September 1 through and including January 24 will be your first class. Our overall grand champion ram was entry number 18 out of the Slick Shorn class, McCully, 3484, Kyle McCully at Glen, Pennsylvania. Our reserved grand champion was entry number 5, our champion fitted ram out of the early fitted ram lamb class, D. Henderson, 16-7, Clayton, Brady, and Aubrey Henderson of Atlanta, Indiana. Again, we need early fitted yearling ewes. placing on the Southdown class of March and later born Ram Lambs. First to entry 52, Oldenburg 6088, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second place to entry 54, Silver Dollar HR 6090, Isaac Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Third to 46, Trent George, Niles, Michigan. Fourth place to entry 45, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 5 to entry number 42, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. 6 to 50, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville, Ohio. 7 to 51, Ephraim Fowler. 8th place to entry number 43, John Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. 9 to entry 47, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. And 10 to entry number 48, Jacob Brinkman, Belchester, Minnesota.
Let's give these Southdown exhibitors a nice round of applause. Nice set of rams, and I know we've got an awesome set of females to come, so we better get to it. Nice solid ram show, and I'm really pretty happy with this lineup out here in my mind. And my only recommendation to the people back at the pens, you got about 18, 20 hours and you'll get someone else's opinion tomorrow, and it'll surely be different and not right, wrong, or indifferent. But this is the way I see these bucks today, and pretty happy with them. I think we've got some good breed character out here. We've got some good structural sound sheep with some length of body that fit kind of what I really kind of like in some Southdown bucks out here. I've been happy with them. So at this time, I'll go out and congratulate your champion reserve.
Folks over here in the Shropshire Ring, we heated things up quite a bit. I think if you study these 5 out here, you can like them in any particular order that you would like. I think the one that we start with is just incredible in terms of her build. She's incredible when she gets around the ring. She sits down on a good set of running gears, and then you get your hands on her, and she's extremely stout out of her shoulders. She's good in her rib cage, and I guess where she excels the rest of the class is just right out of her hip and tail. She's one that's got her tail right up there where it needs to be. She's extremely blown apart. And one that I just like a great deal. RU in second was sure my class winner when we walked her into the ring. I really appreciate the extra extension, the extra length of body. The longer we get her out here, she wants to get ever so slightly softer on her rear wheels, but I think those are 2 ewes that are outstanding in their own right. a really robust ribbed ewe we got here in third hole, one that you sure got to appreciate in terms of her structural integrity, one that's still good and maintained really good chest floor in her. In comparison, she's pushing a little bit of condition, but one that's just a really high quality ewe. Bigger frame ewe we have here in fourth hole, one that I really like in terms of her extension or extra neck we have in that one. I think when we put that one in motion and get her out here in comparison to some of the other ones, she gets a little bit more piecey, but I think one that's sure high quality, extremely long bodied and level hipped. And we conclude the class with one that's just a super neat sheep. No real holes in this one, just maybe not the ESTs that we have and some of those directly above her, but one that's built extremely well, extremely long from that last strip back, and travels around the ring on an extremely good set of feet and legs.
For the South Downs, our grand champion Ram went to entry number 4 out of the senior Ram Lamb class, KDK A27EC 1539, Kelsey Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. The reserve came out of our March and later Ram Lamb class, entry number 52, Oldenburg 6088, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Now showing early yearling ewes in the South Down ring. placing on the early yearling U class for the Shropshires. First place went to entry 34, Flanders VIP 4112, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Second place to entry number 43, Bryant 15-028, Kennedy Algire at Fredericktown, Ohio. Third to entry number 41, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Fourth to entry 38, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 5 to entry 40, Chloe Stonecipher of Lewisberry, Pennsylvania. Sixth place to entry number 53, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 7 to entry number 37, Emily Ellison, Newport, Tennessee. 8th place to entry 52, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 9 to 48, Jake Mingus, Tip City, Ohio. And 10 to 47, Logan Ellsbury, Greenfield, Indiana.
We actually have 3 classes of Suffolk Yearling Ewes to come out here in today's junior show. So based on birth date, this is the 5 that are the earliest relative to their birth date as we move through them. But I think some nice females from top to bottom. I guess I don't really question which one I'm going to use. I like this ewe that we start out with quite nicely. She's super feminine. She's right in terms of her rib shape, and I think she's plenty level, and we can agree that she's long enough as well. I think to make her just balance a little bit better, she could just be a little stouter in her features and her footwork, but I think she's got enough rib and body, and still, again, that's not her strength. Her strength is just that elegant and feminine look up front, a really high quality kind of a female. I think when I read this one here in second by herself, you really have to like her, or I certainly do. This one's dead level down her top, just handles with a good proportion relative to its last rib back, and I think the young gentlemen do a great job as they get out and let her move and motor, and she still stays together skeletally as good as any of them. Obviously, she doesn't have the pure extension and length and just mass that we find in that class winner, but relative to quality on her own, I opted for her over the female that comes in third. There's no doubt I don't consider changing that decision between 2 and 3, because if I like them stout built and functional driven, I'd be wrong not to tie into that one. That one's really one that's three-dimensional, and no doubt on her way from moving to her show career to her brood ewe career. I like that ewe. There's always good in that when you can be long top, big bodied, and powerfully designed. Congratulations to those exhibitors. You're going to probably make some money with that one. I expect to have some lambs on the ground relatively soon. A really, really good kind of a female. Just maybe the show ring isn't her exact best thing. She'll be a fun one to put into the barn right now. And I think then we come to 4 and 5, and I think that I find one that just sets those rear legs a little bit sounder than the female that comes in next in line in 5. Both of those are long enough. They're feminine. Just a good kind of an individuals. Maybe not the center body dimension that we find in some of our more maternal females up at the front of the class. Thanks for bringing out your early Suffolk Yearling Ewes.
You get over here in the Shropshire ring, and once again, we get into these females and they're extra high quality. I think we got a pair on top that are a little contrasting in their type and kind, but I think they're both really, really good in terms of what they bring to the table. Our class winner is one that hits me at about every angle, and I think is just extremely good. The young people do a nice job of propping that one up. When they do, that one is extremely big out of her shoulder. She's big and flat in her loin, and she's gigantic hipped. You stand her down at the ground, she sets down on a good set of feet and legs. They walk her around the ring, and she never misses a step. I think that's a very high quality one. If you want to nitpick her against our sheep in second, we maybe make her a rib longer, but when you got one that's designed and built like that, that's getting awful tough on one that's really, really good. Young lady sheep in second is one that I think is extremely high quality, extremely good in her own right. She's a notch bigger frame, she's a notch longer bodied, maybe just lacks the muscle of our class winner, but I think one that's sure adequate enough. It's a coin toss between pick your type and kind. I think they're very, very close, and I think they're not different in their type and kind, but very high quality. The sheep in third is one that's extremely good in her rib cage. She's extremely good in her lines. One that maybe is just not as big as the one right ahead of her, and maybe just not as stout as the one that leads the class, but I think one that's ultra high quality, super sound, super complete, and nice sheep to throw into third hole. Our sheep in fourth is one that's extremely up in her front end. She's extremely long neck. She's good looking from the side. Just like to pick her up on her rear pasterns a little bit in comparison to the rest of the class. And our sheep that we conclude the class, the top 5 with, is one that's extremely big hipped, extremely round in her body. Just like to pick her up in her front shoulder in comparison to their contemporaries that we have leading directly above her. Great class of Shropshire yearling ewes. That one's a stellar.
Yeah, that looks like a good one.
Awesome set of Suffolk females here at the North American, and again, it's fun to sort them, and we split them up into 3 groups. We'll see what age group 3 of the later ones looks like in the Suffolk yearling ewes, but I'm convinced that several of the really good ones got stacked into this class, and I like several of these really, really well. That being said, I really like this female that starts off your class. She's one that just screams elegance, how she's made and how she's built. Just one that's really, really nice in her angles and just has that feminine look, and that starts at her head and her neck and just goes back. The difference is with this female is that she's still got plenty of rib. I like her forerib and her center body, but what makes her special is that this female is as straight atop as any of them that we've got in the class. She's as long a loin and hind saddle as any of them we've got in class, and she is huge in terms of the width, the dimension atop. And to be able to put that much power into one and still keep that elegant feminine look makes her one that in my mind is pretty special in how she's built. The one that comes in second is just so good in her rib, and I like the mass and body. In fact, she's stouter in her features, and that's what makes her nice as well. She's one that's not quite as level in her overall top, but man, she handles awesome from her last rib back. She's great loin, really big hip. Young lady, that's a really, really good sheep. She'll be second today. The one that's in third, I think one that's got enough growth, no doubt, and I think she handles good. And in fact, she handles probably leveler in her top than the one that's right in front of her, but she comes up a little shorter. She's the one that's probably a little frailer in her bone work of those initial 3. Man, the one that comes in 4, she's certainly pretty. She's feminine and got that really nice look to her. I like that a bunch about her. She just becomes a little bit frailer in her overall body work, and particularly as we get back behind her, she becomes a narrower pin, kind of shorter hip female of the group. And then the one that comes in next in line, man, that one's plenty sound enough. And certainly in my personal opinion, she's big enough too. She's just got enough rib and enough look to her. She gets out horsed in a really tough class. Again, a lot of the good ones had to get stacked up into this class, but that's a nice female as well. 5 really good ones. If you kindly would, let's just reward them with a round of applause here at the North American.
Over here on the Southdown side, really stout class to start off our yearling ewe show, and I think we got 3 really good ewes up here on the top that kind of sorted themselves off fairly easy in my mind with these 3. There's not too many faults in these 3 females. They're different. They're a little different in their type and kind, but I think 3 high quality ones. I think that are going to make tremendous kind of mamas right on down this line. The quality was excellent. Start the class, a really nice top pair, and I went back and forth both ways. I'm starting with just a little more, just a touch more extended ewe, just a touch more bone in this first female. She's got a big old hip in her. She's got some muscle down in that lower leg. She's wider in her, just a little wider in her pin set in this female, yet still has a really attractive front end about her and really has a neat look. The same can be said for our second place ewe. I love the femininity about this female. She's just straight as a dollar down that top, just level in all of her design. Maybe just gives up a touch of bone work to the first place ewe, but that's just being a little bit picky. We got to make a decision between the 2 of them. I love the breed type about her. Ewe as long as a train here in third, and you surely like her bone work. She really sits down on all 4 corners. Just the kind of ewe that length of body is old time Southdown right there. You get your hands on that loin and you can't hardly spread it. She's just straight and square in that hip structure, and just a whale of a good ewe in her own right. She might just give up just a little bit of elevation, a little bit of overall look about her front end is compared to the first 2 ewes, but a whale of a good ewe. Really great bodied ewe. The ewe here next in line. I surely love a lot of things about her. Just straight and true, and big old wide hip, and just looks like she's going to be a heck of a mama for this young lady. Maybe just lighten her up just in her color in comparison to the three ewes that are ahead of her today for me to be a little more ideal. But that body and look about her, she's not going to get out of the top 5. And just a kind of a powered up, really square made ewe here in 5th place. A ewe that definitely gives up a little bit of size and a little bit of that length of body, but she doesn't give up any dimension of muscle or top to any of the females ahead of her in a whale of a nice ewe in her own right here in 5th place.
Placing on the late class of Shropshire yearling ewes. First place goes to entry number 69, D. Hicks, 15-44, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place to entry number 57, City Limit Sheep Farm, 1530. Jaden Slutz of Maple Park, Illinois. Third to entry 56, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Fourth place to entry 60, Ashley Fuss, Frederick, Maryland. 5 to entry number 71, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Sixth place to 61, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 7 to entry number 73, Ashley Fuss, Frederick, Maryland. 8th place to entry number 55, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 9 to 63, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. And 10th place to entry 65, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana.
We get out here in our fall ewe lamb class in our Shropshire division, maybe one that doesn't line up quite as simple as I would initially like. When I seen our class winner come in the ring, I thought it was going to be kind of a runaway. I do appreciate the size and scale of this when you get directly behind that one, and she's as busted open as anything that we have in here. I think the trouble with that one, when we put her into motion, she wants to drop her hip and get her legs up underneath her, and I think that's the only thing that makes the comparison close. I think one that's got enough quality that she goes ahead and excels to the top for me today. Extremely complete sheep, one that I like better in the bottom side of her skeleton. In second hole, one that's extremely good, extremely long-bodied. You get your hands on her, and she sure doesn't disappoint you. Real nice sheep, rice pair to go on the top. Kind of a problematic one for me in third, one that I appreciate this sheep when she stands still, and she maybe didn't want to cooperate the best when we were out there. Right now, we've got her calmed down. She's probably one of the longest from flank to flank. You get your hands on her, she sure doesn't disappoint you. She was wanting to drop her chest ever so slightly when we had her out there on the side profile, but a very high quality one that's extremely good on her feet and legs. Real hard handling one we have here in fourth hole, one that's long-bodied herself. I just like to fix that one when we stick her into motion. She wants to get a little higher in her spine, but a real nice sheep to roll into fourth hole. And to conclude the top five, one that's super complete, ultra big ribbed one that we just need to make a notch more structurally long. We need to stretch her out from flank to flank, and we'll get a really nice complete breed ewe type to conclude the class. Nice class of all ewe lambs.
Final call, intermediate Southdown yearling ewes. Final call, intermediate Southdown yearling ewes class. Those ages are the month of February, February 1 through 29. Also, for Shropshires, we're ready in the ring for your for your January ewe lamb class. Shropshire, early January ewe lamb ages January 1 through January 12. Early January ewe lambs for the Shropshires to the ring.
This is our late group of Suffolk females, and I think there's some give and take amongst those, but I think on a quality build sort, I find the one that I like. I think she's just a little more feminine and attractive up front. She's no doubt leveler in terms of how her hip is designed. I think if she was better at her pass turn to the ground, it would make it easier, and that's where I'd like to change her. But I think she's got just a really attractive, fresh kind of a look. I know that the female in second's got just a bit more extension and just maybe a little bit more overall length aside too, and I like that about her. I think that she's one that does a good job of balancing some rib shape and still having that nice look. To me, some of the angles become more challenging up at the front end of her shoulder and how that knee kind of hits that ground, particularly on the left one, and just doesn't get out there with the agility that we find in the class winner, but that's being really critical of one, a good kind of a female. I like the body type in her quite nicely. The young gentlemen have one that's just fresh. She's a late March yearling, and again, by herself, she's one that I super like as well. Of course, she's a little bit more just immature in her rib shape and doesn't drop that rear flank from behind, but man, that's a pretty kind of a girl. There's plenty of good in those kind of individuals. Three really nice ones. We'll bring in the slick shorn yearling ewes next.
Now ready for Suffolk Slick Shorn yearling ewes. Suffolk Slick Shorn yearling ewes to the ring, please. For the Shropshires placing on the late yearling U class, first place went to entry 69, D. Hicks 15-44, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place to entry number 57, City Limits Sheep Farm 1530, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Third to 65, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 4 to 60, Ashley Fuss, Frederick, Maryland. 5 to entry number 71, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Sixth place to entry 61, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Seventh place to entry 73, Ashley Fuss, Frederick, Maryland. Eighth place to entry number 55, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 9 to 63, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. And 10th place to entry number 65, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. On the senior U-Lamb class for the Shropshires, first to 79, Rife 16-060, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second to 78, City Limits Sheep Farm 1564, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Third to 77, Brianna Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. 4 to entry 80, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 5 to 75, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 6 to 74, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 7 to entry number 76, Jacob Rogers, Monrovia, Indiana.
Slick Shorn, Suffolk yearling ewes. We'll have two classes of them, I believe, and I think that there's plenty of quality up here at the top. The one I start with, to me, has the most pieces that are tough to equal and tough to put together. Skeletally, I like this one quite a bit, and I think we can agree from at least the side of how extra long that one is relative to the barrel and center part of her body, and it handles with that extra length as well. I think she could tie in better at that hip loin, and I think we could probably agree that she doesn't have that just power maternal build in her rib shape, but that's all right. She's certainly one that's tucked up in her chest floor, and you can probably like that one relative to making some wethers and keep them just a little bit fresher in their look. And I know that she's more expressive in her muscle pattern than probably the one that comes in second. It's a close decision. I see more unique pieces in the one that I'm calling the class winner. I like the one that the young ladies bring at me in the 2 spot, and in fact, she's one that I like in terms of the tallness of a point of her shoulder and just opens up into a big rib cage. That one drops a big old top into a top line into it. She's long hipped as well and plenty level enough. There's no doubt she's probably not expressive in her build and is one on probably either side of her, but I like her in terms of just that rib, and I think it's fun relative to November of knowing that there's a girl that's going to go into production and just be a really high quality one. Those ladies got a really nice project. I expect big things, and certainly a pair of lambs that you can be able to market and make some money on. That's a good kind. The one that comes in third I like in terms of the stoutness of features. I think she's got that, and she's, again, dropping that center and lower part of her rib cage, and of course, at this point, they might be in different stages of pregnancy. I think she's balanced up enough. I think she becomes a little shorter hipped and doesn't have that ultra neat look up front in comparison to some of them, but that one's good. She's just skeletally and structurally nicely built. Man, this young gentleman has one that's too good for fourth, but that's where she's going to be today. She balances up nice. A really good kind of a female just in how she's designed and how she's built. And then we got one that's just got some openness to her rib. She's massive and she's powerful. She just becomes plainer fronted.
Once again, tremendous set of females here in this yearling ewe drive, and we got definitely some different parts and pieces in this top group. I think I had 2 ewes that sorted themselves once again off pretty nicely for me. Starting with just a big stout, big boned ewe that's tremendously wide pinned. I really like her rib shape. She just looks like she's going to be a brood ewe to me. I love that length of body. She's just got a fair amount more length of body when you get your hands on her better than our second place shoe. Second place shoe, tremendous, really nice fronted, really level in that hip structure, really correct as she moves around the ring. You surely like that about her, in just a whale of a good female here in second. Just a little more muscle in that second place shoe over our third place shoe. Third place shoe, probably the longest body to you when you get your hands on her, super long hind saddled female. She just gives up a little bit in her pin width to those two ewes ahead of her, not quite as wide in that hip structure as we've got in the first two, but boy, she's long-loined and she's long-topped, and I surely like that about her. A ewe that kind of grew on me all classes, this ewe in fourth. Just a lot of nice things about this female. Really nice breed type, really straight down that top. Really nice design kind of female. Just gives up just a little bit of that gas in, as far as top shape and muscling, but she's a pretty long ewe. I love the femininity about her, and I think she's going to be a whale of a brood ewe. Next two ewes are similar in type and kind here in 5 and 6. Probably give up just a little bit of length of body. Youthful appearing ewes. They're a little on the greener side as far as some of the condition of the ewes ahead of them, but really straight and true in their lines and in the way they're made here in our 5th and 6th place ewe, and probably just got just a touch more length in our 5th place ewe over our 6th place ewe. 6th place ewe, I love a lot of things about her. If I could just make her a little longer for me, she would have run right up in there a little harder, but just a whale of a nice ewe also. Thank you.
In the Suffolk ring, we're now ready to show our late class of Suffolk Schlickshorn yearling ewes. For Southdowns, we're ready for the late class of yearling ewes in that class.
We get out here in our Shropshire ring, and I think we've got some choices to make up at the top. Young Man Sheep is one that I've seen as being an extra notch more feminine up through that front end. We stick them in motion. I think that one gets around the ring. She holds her chest floor up. Really extremely fresh in her touch. I mean, I know maybe that's not a huge thing, but I think just an extra femininity, extra youthfulness up through her front end. She's extremely long through her head and neck. I think just an ultra competitive pair. Our sheep here in second hole is definitely one that's a notch stouter in her body work. I think one that's extremely good out down her back. I think the biggest sort between the two for me was just an extra notch of chest plate in that one. We turned her loose. She wanted to drop that brisket bone down ever so slightly, but I think one that's stout bone, good bodied, and extremely heavy muscled. Awfully good sheep to roll into second place. Kind of a tricky one here for me in third. This is definitely the biggest backed one that we've handled today. I think you study that one. Her loin is basically jumping out of her body, but I think one that gets a notch more compact in her size. I don't see the growth indicators there, but I think one that could potentially go down the road if you're wanting to inject muscle into one. I think there's one that's very extreme. And same goes for the sheep in fourth hole, one that's a notch more compact in her kind, but I think one that's extremely stout at the ground. She's extremely opened up. She's round about that rib cage. Just don't know how big that one's going to be come to the future. And we conclude our top 5 with one that's sure big, long, and complete. Just need to add a notch more muscle and stoutness in that one to compete against those that are directly above her, but I think one that's going to go out and make an outstanding yearling ewe. Nice class of January ewe lambs.
In the Shropshire ring, we're now ready to move into our early February class. Early February, those born February 1 through and including February 15 for ewe lambs. Placing on the Suffolk fitted yearling ewe class. All 3 of them, the early class. First place to entry 32, DGO Farms 1503, Corey McLeese, Washington, Oklahoma. Second to entry 33, D. Henderson 154, Brady, Clayton, and Aubrey Henderson of Atlanta, Indiana. Third to 31, Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 30, Cassidy Fletcher, Fortville, Indiana. And 5 to 28, Cassidy Fletcher, Fortville, Indiana. Class 2 of the fitted yearling ewes, first place to entry 35, McClure 1514, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second to 37, Shambo 3586, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Third to 36, Morgan Ellers, Wyuga, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 34, Jenny Brown, Hera, Oklahoma. And 5 to 39, Jessica Lindau, Chile, Wisconsin. In Class 3 of those fitted yearling ewes, first place to entry number 41, Lynn Lee, 15035, Marissa Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. Second to 42, 5-star J, 5116, Raylyn Thompson and Avery Jones Taylor of Patoka, Indiana. Third to 44, Grimmy Jacoby of Wauson, Ohio.
Slickshorn females here. I think we got a class winner that does plenty of good things right. She's long, she's feminine, she's correct in her fore rib and center rib, and I think we can agree that she's plenty level-hipped, and because she's correct in her hip shape, that allows that rear leg to just drop to the ground and hit the ground squarely, and consequently she moves out and keeps her top line correct. The other thing that makes her so special is that she is huge-loined, one that's just going to span a tremendous amount of width and power, and you don't particularly expect that in one that you think that her advantage is that extra femininity. She is giant-topped as well, and consequently sets herself apart in this particular class. Now you just use fundamentals next in line and keep them in order, and the one that the young man has is the other one that's big enough ribbed and big-ended as we get back behind her. She obviously breaks just a little bit more than I'd prefer in her hip-loin junction. I think we could stouten her up in her bone work, but she's truer in her muscle pattern than the one that comes in 3. I think that it's a close decision between 3 and 4, but I chose the one that I think's just got that more maternal rib shape. I think this one's a little longer and leveler hip than I believe it's Penmate that's there in next in line. This used the one that's more extended of the group, but to me she's the one that just needs some more rear flank and just a little bit more power as we get back behind her. But a nice group of individuals. Thanks for bringing them out here in your Slickshorn division. Suffolk Fall ewe lambs here, and just 3 of them to sort through. We'll have the slicks in the next part, and I think if we evaluate these this trio, there's some skeletal things that I'd like to change in each of them. So I come back to some functionality and just some true balance and correctness in how they're made. So I think the one that we've got, the class winner, she's real feminine. She's got that extra amount of length at the top, and she handles it extremely long-sided as well. I think she needs to be better in her rear leg skeleton. She gets a little bit more in at her hock, and truthfully, she's a little frailer in that overall bone work than we would prefer, but I think we got a good kind of a female there to win it out for the young ladies, maybe first time in the ring, and the young lady that's pretending it's her first time as she handles this Suffolk Fall ewe lamb. But a really good job. She's the best one out here. The one that we've got in next in line, here's one that I think, I like her in terms of her rear leg skeleton better than the one that's in front of her. I think at least on the profile, she's got more correct angle in how she's built. The challenge becomes in terms of her underline that hurts her balance. She's so deep chested and comes back up into a higher rear flank, and so consequently she doesn't get that look, and truthfully she gets a little tighter in her hip and doesn't get out there and motor, but I think she's one that's got some nice pieces. She's great topped, she's super level, there's enough muscularity in that one that she can be a good one as she continues to grow up and develop. Congratulations, thanks for bringing her here to Louisville. I think these gentlemen got a nice one as well, and I think that she's probably a little bit better in her forerib than the one that's directly in front of her. She gets a little rounder in just how she's built. You get a little extra shoulder in that one. She's maybe not as level in how she's designed in her hip shape, and again, just some give and takes amongst a trio that all got enough growth and enough performance. Just find some options to sort them in the way that I best prefer. Thanks for bringing them out here. Good job. Congratulations to you.
Placing on the Suffolk Slickshorn Yearling U class. Early class, first place went to entry 46, Slack 5109, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second to entry 47, Kelly 20916, Morgan Kelly, Goshen, Indiana. Third to entry 50, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Four to entry 48, Max Eels, Greenfield, Indiana. And 5 to entry 51, Corey McLeese, Washington, Oklahoma. Placing on the second or late class of Slickshorn yearling ewes. First to entry number 53, McCully, 3431, Kyle McCully at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 54, Yazel Suffix, 525, TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky. Third to 56, Celia Dodd, Bonacqua, Tennessee. And 4 to 52, Celia Dodd.
Here in our third Southdown Year-on U class, once again, just some tremendous females and different types and kinds up here in what I'm going to use in my top 5. We go a number of different ways, and tomorrow I'm sure can be a fair amount different, and some others down the line will rise to the top. So, but today, close in these two, boy, I like things about both these females a whole bunch. The big long top ewe I'm going to go ahead and use in this class. Just tremendous fronted ewe. She's got some bone. She's got some rib shape to her. She's just tremendously long topped. I surely appreciate length of body, and she's got it, and I'm not going to get away from her. Boy, the ewe that's just a pretty picture is our second place ewe. She doesn't have a hole in her. She's a big, wide-topped ewe. She's got a lot of natural thickness to her. She's got bone and ruggedness. She moves nice around the ring. As I would say for this top 5, when I went and moved them again, I thought all of them moved really well around the ring, and I really appreciate that about this top 5. But just a big old pin set on this ewe, wide in her hip. I think just going to make a great brood ewe for these young ladies. Really neat maid sheep here in my third place ewe. Love that front end. Love the bone structure on her. Love the extension she's got. She gives up just a little bit of that top shape to that ewe ahead of her. A little bit of that with a pin in her hip structure here in this third place ewe. But boy, she's a pretty fronted ewe, and it's got a lot of natural thickness to her when you get your hands on her. Same can be said for our fourth place ewe. Just straight and long down that top, good on those feet and legs. Maybe just a little more chest floor. You might tuck her down just a little bit in her flank. She's a little deeper in her chest floor than her flank, and then that's just being picky out here when we've got this many good ones. And the fifth ewe just works in here nice. Just a beautiful type ewe that's rugged. She's got a lot of bone and structure to her, a lot of lower leg muscle to her. Maybe not quite that look or that eye appeal we've gotten a few of the ewes ahead of her, but just a good sound ewe here to round out our top 5.
Slickshorn fall ewes here in the Suffolk division, and I think a class that's just logical and makes sense. In my personal opinion, the one that is good at the ground and certainly correct enough, and she's the one that's got the extra amount of length and enough rib shape to be the relatively logical class winner. The only decision in the group of 4 here comes between 2 and 3, and I opt for the one that I think is a little bit more open in terms of her rib cage, and there's no doubt that one's just a little bit more feminine, and she's got the length advantage as well. I think she's a good kind. I think she could be stouter at the ground and making it easier, and that's where the one that comes in the third standpoint has that option. Here's the one just a little stouter featured all the way through, and young man, that's a really nice kind of a sheep. I think that she's fundamentally just got some really good pieces. Does she come with a little bit more extra shoulder and just a little bit more plainer kind of a neck set and head? Probably so, but I think she's one that certainly has enough rib cage and development that she'll continue to get into a nice shape. The young ladies next in line, here's the other one that's got the extra length aside. I think that there's no doubt she's just clean patterned and just got a nice fresh kind of a look to her. She comes with a little bit frailer just a visual appearance, though. I expect, though, here's going to be one that's going to grow into a big enough kind of a female, and just some good feed in front of her will be putting her in the right path. Thanks for bringing out some nice fall ewes to sort between. Hopefully we've got those lined up, and we'll pick some champions here in the senior division. Congratulations on your ewes.
Okay, for the Suffolk, we're ready for that. Okay.
In the Suffolk ring, we're now ready to show for Senior Champion Fitted ewe. Senior Champion Fitted ewe for the Suffolks.
Suffolk need to be in the ring. That would be the classes of the fitted yearling youths along with that fitted senior ULAM, first and second of those four classes in the ring now. That was one on the south end. Senior, that's in mind for the south end. We're bringing in senior ULAM, south end senior ULAM coming into the ring now.
Placing on the Shropshire Senior ULAM class, first place goes to entry 79, Rife 16060, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second to 78, City Limits Sheep Farm 1564, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Third to 77, Brianna Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. 4 to entry 80, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 5 to 75, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 6 to 74, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. And 7 to entry 76, Jacob Rogers, Monrovia, Indiana. Placing on the Suffolk Fitted Senior ULAM class, first to entry 58, Riverview Livestock 1520, Jacqueline Elke, Barrett, Minnesota. Second place to entry 45, Knutson Suffolk F153, Matthew Wagard, Evansville, Illinois. And third to entry 59, Buyer Birch, Christiana, Tennessee. Placing on the Suffolk Slick Shorn Senior ULAM class, first place to entry 60, McCulley 3460, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to 61, O'Neill Suffolk 1163, Skylar Birch, Christiana, Tennessee. Third to entry 57, Matthew Wygard, Evansville, Illinois. 4 to 62, Brooke Heilman, White Pine, Tennessee. Results of the yearling U classes for the South Ends. In the early class, first place goes to entry number 73, Oldenburg, 5026, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second place to entry 63, Knettle, 1508, Carson Knettle, Greenfield, Illinois. Third place to entry number 57, Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 4-61, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. 5 to entry number 65, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. 6-64, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. 7th place to 66, Caroline Kuhn, Manila, Indiana. 8th place to entry number 58, Casey Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin. 9th place to entry number 76, Ben Temple, Serena, Illinois. And 10th place to entry 72, Mallory Bowers, Mentone, Indiana. In our intermediate class, first place goes to entry number 94, KDK 1516, Kelsey Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. Second place to 84, Charm 15-96, ET, Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Third place to entry number 99, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. Fourth to entry number 80, Kaylin Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. Fifth place goes to entry number 97, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Sixth place to 93, Carson Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin. Seventh place to entry number 102, Abilene Gatson, Vandalia, Missouri. 8th place to 86, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. 9-87, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. And 10th place goes to entry number 95, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota.
We get out here in our Shropshire ring, and I think things sure heated up. Definitely the deepest class that we've had today, and I think there's some sort on it. I think you got to make some decisions. Our class winner is one that I'll be the first one to admit she's a notch darker than I ideally would like, but I think once you get past that, she's super feminine up through her head and neck. She's freaky long down her top. You really got to appreciate how level she is. She tracks around the ring and doesn't take a bad step. I think that one's an awfully nice one if we could just lighten her up ever so slightly. Our sheep in second is one that's sure stouter and bigger in her upper body. I think one that is maybe not wanting to cooperate for these two folks, but I think once we get that one stuck, I think that one is extremely good down her top line. She too is really, really long bodied. I guess the sort for me in those two in the top are just she drops her chest floor ever so slightly when we put her into motion, but I think too that are extremely high quality. Young lady sheep in third hole is one that's probably the biggest frame, longest bodied, and I see that continuing in this one in comparison to those two that are directly above her. Just like to change her flank to front end ratio. When we get that one into motion, she really wants to drop her chest. The sheep in fourth is probably one of the more intriguing ones for me. A sheep that I initially didn't find, and the more I study this one, her forerib and her flank in that one are as good as any that we have out here. I think when these young people get that one propped up, her chest floor stays up in her. We take her around the ring. She travels on a good set of feet and legs from one of the bigger bone ones that we have out here, and you study her from the 3/4. She's really good in her rib shape. I just like to give her a notch more muscle to compete with those that are directly above her, but one that I think is extremely high quality. And round out the top five is one that I think when we leave this one propped up, I like her as good as any that we have out here. When we put that one into motion, she wants to get a little bit more piecey, but I think she's one of the greener ones in her type and kind of any that we have out here. I see a world of future in that one. Great set of ewe-lambs to go in our Class 2 Shropshires.
Champion group of Suffolk females here, and we'll have the fitted right behind them here in the senior division. I'm happy with these that we've got out here, and I think that there's one that sets herself apart pretty easily, in my personal opinion. There's a really good female that I taught good enough in class that you should be able to be relatively convinced that you're on the same page as I am. The decision becomes of who wants to get the pink ribbon in this division, of one that's feminine up here at the front that I'd like to see a little stouter in her overall bone work. That's second in class out of the next group. That's just a powerful female that could be better topped, and a female that comes out of that late division that I'd like to strengthen her just a little bit on her pasterns. And so I know that I got some differences to pick, but I think all three of those as well are extremely good. I think I'm going to use the one that I think is the next best relative to quality and how some of those angles are designed. The one that I'll use out of those is the one that's the best topped. I think she's the most feminine and correct in terms of how she's made as well. Congratulations, it's pretty easy. I'm willing to find the champion. It's these guys, and we'll follow to a reserve.
In the Suffolk ring, we just finished up selection of our fitted senior champion in Reserve U. Now ready to show for Slick Shorn senior champion and Slick Shorn Reserve senior champion U. Second place in that late class to entry 110, Davis 2818, Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma. Third place to entry number 114, Dathan Smearcheck, Rochelle, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry number 117, Jaylee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 5 to 122, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Sixth place to entry number 108, Caroline Kuhn, Manila, Indiana. 7 to entry number 107, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. 8 to 103, Katie Stahl, Wooster, Ohio. 9 to 106, Dylan Klug, Grafton, Wisconsin. And 10th place to 115, Courtney Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin. For the Southdowns, our senior champion for the Suffolk senior champion, Suffolk fitted senior champion U went to entry number 35 out of our intermediate fitted yearling U class, McClure 15-14, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. The reserve went to entry number 41 out of the late fitted yearling U class, Lynn Lee 15-035, Marissa Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. Now showing Slick Shorn Senior U-Lamb, Champion and Reserve. Your next class will be the fitted fitted January ewe-lambs. Fitted January ewe-lambs will be your next class following the selection of the senior champion Slick Shorn ewe and Reserve.
I just got a couple here in our Slick Shorn division, and I think, again, quality runs plenty good. The first class of yearling ewes, I liked both of those extremely well, and in fact, I thought it was pretty close between them. Again, I found some more unique pieces in the one that I started with, but I told those young ladies that girl's really good, too, that stuck into that second spot. I like her really, really nicely. I think then we've got a yearling ewe and a fall ewe that are both correct in terms of how they're made. I think the yearling ewe, in comparison to the younger girl right behind her, is exquisite in how she's designed. Just massive in her top, correct in her build and center. A really, really good one. I'll go show you the ones I like.
Over here on the Southdown Fall Ewe-Lamb Drive, once again some interesting pieces. I'm going to start with the the big, long-bodied ewe, just tremendous amount of length. She kind of horses the class as far as that. Yet she still handles with a good touch. There's a lot of lambs in this class I think are got a little more condition than I'd want to see in a ewe lamb approaching this age just yet. But that's just, most of those aren't in this top 5. Our second place ewe, super designed ewe. Just love the squareness of her. She's really good on those feet and legs and on the move. Really nice level hip on her. If I could just make her just a notch longer, she'd push that first ewe pretty hard, but great up through her front end. I love that neck shoulder juncture on her. Just a nice kind of female. Our third ewe works in here nicely. Another long topped ewe. You can probably get just a touch of hide to her, and maybe not quite that overall muscle in their hip structure and their rump structure as we've gotten that ewe right ahead of her, but surely a nice designed ewe who's straight and level. A little heavier ewe here, and one of the ewes that's got a little more condition on her than I like to see here in our fourth place ewe, but a nice, structurally very sound ewe. She's pretty about that front end. She's got some nice breed type about her and level in that hip and that rump structure. Just a big rugged ewe to round out the top 5 here, with a lot of bone, a lot of length at top. Just a nice long-bodied, big fall ewe lamb with a lot of length of body and a lot of good about her. I think she's going to make a nice brood ewe for this young lady.
In the Suffolk ring, our Slickshorn Senior Champion ewe went to entry number 53 out of the late Slickshorn Yearling ewe class. Macaulay, 3431, Kyle Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. The reserve Slickshorn Senior ewe was entry 46 from the early class. Slack, 5109, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Now ready for Suffolk. Fitted January ewe lambs into the ring. Fitted January ewe lambs for the Suffolks to the ring, please. Placing on the Shropshire classes of January ewe lambs. First, the early class of January ewe lambs. First place goes to entry 87, Melvin 5581, Zane Melvin, Radnor, Ohio. Second place to entry 83, SS Shrops 16-1, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Third place to entry number 89, Kendall Rosen, Urbana, Indiana. 4 to 90, Sophie Rosen, Urbana, Indiana. Fifth place to 81, Ashley Fuss, Frederick, Maryland. 6 to 82, Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri. 7 to 85, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. 8th place to entry 96, Addison Nicholson, South Windsor, Connecticut. 9 to entry 95, Jacob Fowler, Salesville, Ohio. And 10 to 94, Logan Ellsbury, Greenfield, Indiana. For the late class of January ewe lambs, first to entry 102, Fleener 615, Image, Chloe Stonecipher of Lewisberry, Pennsylvania. Second to 106, Merzinski 1608, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Third place to 114, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 4 to 113, Taylor Ruff, Mechanicsburg, Ohio. 5 to 112, Addison Nicholson, South Windsor, Connecticut. 6th place to 110, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 7th place to entry 99, Brady Miller, Lafayette, Indiana. 8 to 100, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 9th place to
I don't know what got worked out, but I know Brett Thomas can.
9th place to entry 97, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. And 10th place to entry number 191, Kennedy Algire of Fredericktown, Ohio. We do want to announce that the Shropshire Yearling Youth Futurity winner this year is Chloe Stonecipher with RNA 2086, bred by RNA Shropshires. Congratulations to her. Placing on the Southdown Senior ULAM class, first place to entry 136, MB Genetics 11F 1111. Kayla Daniels, Ponette, Michigan, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 141, MB Genetics 15F 375, Carson Knettle, Greenfield, Illinois. Third place to entry number 132, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. 4 to 140, Brianna Knettle, Greenfield, Illinois. 5 to entry number 144, Paige Roach, Janesville, Wisconsin. 6th place to entry 152, Jaylee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 7 to entry number 135, Madison Harris, Lenoir City, Tennessee. 8th place to entry number 130, Mallory Bowers, Mentone, Indiana. 9th place to 139, Lucas Wilson, LaPorte, Indiana. And 10th place to entry number 142, Casey Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. I think tremendous set of females. We run through the first, the senior drive here, right on down, a really nice set of fall ewe lambs and just 3 really stout classes of yearling ewes. I'm real happy. I'll sleep well tonight looking at these females. I've been satisfied that I picked sheep that kind of strike me the right way, and they've got some length of body, yet they've got some muscle, and they've got some breed type about them, and they've got some look to them, and I think can do a lot of good things for these young exhibitors. Really close in my mind out here on our senior drive. 3 sheep kind of really struck. Well, 4 sheep kind of struck me the hardest. The three class winning yearling ewes and our second place ewe from the late class of yearling ewes are just, I think, kind of rose to the top in my mind fairly easy. I think they're all, and there were several runner-ups and ewes that are going to get quite a bit of look tomorrow in a different show and a different judge, and I won't be surprised if something else rises to the top tomorrow. But I'll go out now and select your senior champion, reserve senior champion.
We got here in our ewe lamb class in the Shropshire division. We've sure got a big stout one to start with. She's extremely long from flank to flank, really up in that front end. She's really long in her neck. Get her set down, she takes off. I'll be the first one to admit we stick that one into motion. I'd like her to keep her top line together ever so slightly better, but I think there's enough positives in that one that I think the world's, the future is good in that one. I think that's a big sheep that's going to have some muscle, have some rib shape, and be pretty stout. One that's much more opened up is the one in second. Great big top in that one, great big rack in that one. You study that one from the side profile. She's as good and as robust in a rib as anything out here. Just gets a notch shorter from flank to flank in comparison to our class winner, but 2 high quality ones to in there. A really nice sheep. Really like the extra wool cover on that one. One that maybe doesn't handle like our first 2 above them, but one that's got a ton of good. She's really good in her body shape. She's really good in her rib. Maybe like to pick her up on that one back pasture and ever so slightly to get around those 2 that are directly above her, but I think one that's got a world of quality in her. Sheep that I really like when it came in the ring is a young man sheep in 4th hole. One that's got a ton of shape, a ton of product in. I like the rib shape design in that one. Just like to pick that one up and change that one's neck set to get her any higher. And the sheep we conclude the top 5 with is one I sure appreciate from the outside looking in. I think when you get on top of that one and study, we need to blow her apart in her rib. She just wants to get a little tighter in her body cavity. But one when you study from the outside and looking in, she sure profiles nice. She's one of the better front ones that we have out here. Nice class of Shropshire ewe lambs.
For our Southdown show, our senior champion ewe went to entry 109 out of the late class of yearling ewes. 4C, 15-193, Cover Girl, Preston 4C, Owenton, Kentucky. The reserve senior champion went to entry number 73. 73 came out of our early class of yearling ewes. Oldenburg 5026, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Now showing early January ewe lambs in the South Downs.
Suffolk January ewe lambs here to sort between and to pick the kind that you can put some preferences in. I guess I trend to the one that the young gentleman got here that's just stout featured. She's level top. She's correct in her rib skeleton for me, and I know that a lot of them were truthfully fighting the halter and didn't want to motor around, but I'm relatively convinced in terms of the angles of how she's designed and constructed that I think that she's going to be the one that's going to be the most attractive to look at as she becomes a yearling kind of a female. I like the darkness of points and just a really good kind of a look to her, and that helps make her look shiny. I think this ewe is also just really neat to look at. Again, she's a super headed kind of a girl. I like that ear and I like that head shape that you find in that one, and she's ultra level in her top line, and I think that she could be certainly stouter in her bone and her framework at the ground, but that's a ewe that's going to look really pretty, I think, as she continues to grow and continues to develop. I think the ewe that we've got the most performance in comes into the spot here in third. I think there's plenty of good to her. I like the forerib in the center part of her body. I think as we get your hands on her, she's not nearly as level as we'd like, and what drops her to this spot is particularly when we get her out on the move, she wants to drop that neck kind of deep inside of her shoulder and get up on underneath herself as we get back in terms of her hip design and get a little higher in her loin, but I think that's one with a bunch of power and a bunch of product. I know this one in fourth is good, and that's why you can think about potentially moving her up. Is that one immature in its rib shape? Sure, right now it is, but I think and hope and project that one will continue to come in terms of levelness at top and just length aside. Man, that's one I super like there, and moved her up into the top four, even in comparison to a couple that I like it there next in line. Long-sided, good ribbed one next there in that fifth spot. She again needs to be sounder in her feet and leg skeleton for me, and similar thing, I love the body in the sixth place ewe, kind of her honorable mention girl, but I thought there was a quality sort right there. That one's big topped and big ended. It just, as we move to the bottom side of her skeleton, it doesn't really match, and she kind of gets a little short and choppy with her movements and agility out here. Nice group of females. I like the ones that we got towards this top end. Thanks for bringing them out. I wish you the best of luck in incorporating them into your Suffolk operation.
crops are gonna be done, we're thinking about putting Dorpers over there. They had a smaller show anyway. We probably that, yeah, no, it's not. You could, we should have, whenever we developed the schedule, we should have followed the crops. Not, I know, I know. Then it would have. Girls and I were watching it. We are going to change the rings that you're going to be in. We are going to ring 2 where the rosters currently are. We will follow the roster show, give you a little bit of time to look in. The roster show is currently on February 20th. I just realized that we're on the early part of the February classes, so you will bring the workers into that ring following the roster show. Dave Smith, please step to the show ring now.
Suffolk females here in, I think, a close decision amongst my initial pair, but I see the most good in the one that we're calling a class winner here. I think she's true in her center body rib and forerib, and there's no doubt in my mind that that she's longer hind saddled, and I think that she's going to have a more muscular top. She needs to set those rear legs a little bit square for me, and it would make it easy. But I think in terms of just look and openness and how she proportions, I like her quite a bit. The one that comes in second has some class advantages, and in fact, I think that you could call her a really nice feminine kind of a female, and I think that she's got enough muscle shape, but she doesn't handle with the proportion in comparison to the class winner, and truthfully, as she steps and gets out in motor, she gets a little tighter in her hip and consequently doesn't just track out with a bunch of agility and flex at her hock, and so I'd just like to ease her up and loosen her up a little bit in her skeleton. Man, I know that this one in third is an attractive kind of a made one, and from the side profile, you have to like the length and femininity look that you get from this one. I guess for me on our Suffolk division, she's just a little frailer built than I prefer, but if you want to make them extended and attractive, she might be the one that you like as good as any of them. A really, really high quality kind of a girl, just a little bit narrower than I prefer. The one that comes in next in line, I think one that gives up some relative to just some skeleton and build, but I think here's one that I like, true enough in her rib shape, and there's enough muscularity in that kind as well that she's a functional individual, and there's certainly some credit to those kind. Thanks for bringing out some Suffolk ewe lambs.
Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the Suffolks. First place in that class goes to entry 70, Kay Slack, 1308, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 68, McClure, 16-1, Jacqueline Elke, Barrett, Minnesota. Third place to entry 76, Jacqueline Knudsen, Centerville, South Dakota. Fourth place to entry number 65, Clayton Brady and Aubrey Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. 5 to entry 72, Marissa Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. 6 to 71, Lauren Bruns, Fort Recovery, Ohio. 7th place to 66, Allie Begg, Findlay, Ohio. 8 to 64, Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin. 9th place to entry number 67, Ashley Googe of Newark, Delaware. And 10 to entry 73, Clayton Brady and Aubrey Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana.
We're on the Southdown side. We're starting the January ewe lambs. pretty placeable class here. In my estimation, we get to this top 5, and probably we've got the top 5 that looks the most alike of maybe what I've had all day long as far as their type and kind. Ewe lamb to start the class off with kind of just sorts herself to the top, kind of easy for me. Just a super square made sheep. I really like the structural correctness. She's really true down that top. Really got a nice neck-shoulder juncture, the way she lays into her top line. Really a nice rib to her, and yet she's still pretty feminine about that front end. She's just a little nicer in her chest floor, a little nicer about her front end than our second place shoe. Second place shoe, surely a eye-appealing ewe when young man gets her stuck on the side. She's got some extra length of body over our third place shoe, and that's what rolls her into second. Just a really super pretty lamb here in third. Just not a hole in her. I just like to make a little more of her, but beautiful breed type, really square top, really level, really moves nice. Our fourth place lamb, another nice long-bodied lamb, is one of those lambs that when we get her on the move, she runs downhill a little bit to her front. When we get her tracking, she's higher in her hip than she is in her shoulder. But a lamb, you surely like that hind saddle and length at the top on her. She's got a nice hip on her, really pretty in her breed character also. In our fifth place, you round it out, just a nice rugged lamb. A lamb is super strong topped. You really like the muscle in that. When we get her out on the move, she's just not quite as free and easy as she's moving out on those hind legs today. But a nice lamb to round out the top 5. Thank you.
Now ready for Southdown. Late January ewe lambs to the ring. Late January ewe lambs for Southdowns to the ring, please.
We get out here in our Shropshire class. I think we've got a competitive set once again. Young man sheep on top, I think, is just a longer bodied sheep. And when we start sorting small things, I think that's what sorts them for me today. I'll be the first one to admit it. I'd like to pick her up on one of her front feet there and maybe drop her down her flank. But I think, we get into some of these younger ewes, I think we got a future ahead of them. We keep putting feet in them. I think the extra length of body is what sorts them for me today. Young man sheep in second's one that's better in her rib cage. I really like the center body of that one. You get your hands on that one, she sure doesn't disappoint you. Young man does a nice job of getting that head drove up there, but I think one that is maybe not quite as smooth in her neck-shoulder junction as our class winner, but one that's got a ton of future and a ton of power in that sheep, and as well as being wide constructed at the ground. Really shapely one that we have here in third hole, one that I really love. The top shape in this one, you get your hands on her, and you've sure got to appreciate the mass and the muscle, but I think also one that when you study that one from her last rib back, she gets a notch shorter in her handle, she gets a notch shorter in her body, but one that's sure stout at the ground and has a ton of muscle in her. Sheep in fourth is one that's sure intriguing for me, probably one of the longest bodied ones, probably the sheep, I guess in my estimation, that's probably going to be the biggest yearling come next year. One that just gets outpowered in this particular class in terms of just sheer openness of her skeleton, but I think one that, we continue to put some feed in that one, she's going to grow out and be an awfully big yearling ewe. Nice sheep. Just kind of a practical sheep to conclude the top 5 with here, but I think one that when these young people are maybe the sheep's not wanting to cooperate with us, but when we get that head up, I really like the body shape in that one. That one's stout at the ground. She stands down on a good set of feet and legs, and I think is one that's sure impressive when they get her stuck. Unfortunately, she doesn't like the green shavings as well as we all do. And I pulled the 6th one out here in this particular class because this is an awfully good sheep to stand 6th. You study that one, and I think from the outside, even looking in, you can see she's got a great big rack in her. She's really big and bold in her rib cage. She's great in her loin. She's big and heavy muscled. I think the problem for me with that one, I guess, when we stick that one in motion, her right rear leg's got a notch more set to it, which causes her to drop her hip and get it up underneath her. But I think a really nice sheep to slide into 6th hole. Congratulations to you exhibitors. Hey, thank you, buddy. Thank you. Thank you, one step.
Late February ewe lambs, and I think it'll be interesting at how these develop, but I come back to some trueness relative to skeletal design, and I'm just fine with this one winning here to start us off. If we read her at the ground, I still think that she moves pretty nicely and the angles are correct. I think we can agree that she has the at least visual performance advantage for us, but she handles long and she handles level, and she's still feminine enough in how she's made, no doubt, that logically she can kind of move towards the top here in a particularly challenging class to sort between. I like the freshness in the one that comes in next in line, and truthfully she gets here because I think she's the next best one in how she's made. She's ultra level in her top line. Her dock set is up at the top side there as we get back behind her, and she moves true enough in terms of the angles of the feet and leg structure. Is that one that's going to mature in terms of her rib shape? Of course, and in fact that's what I like about her, is that freshness being in this class and in this division. The one in third here, just getting some of that extra body that you like, but maybe it's not as quite as good in her hip shape. Here's one that dock set kind of drops a little lower and consequently doesn't handle her rear legs as much as we'd maybe like. Man, the young ladies one there in fourth, that one handles really nice with some extra amount of length of loin and hind saddle. I think that one could be a little better as we get back behind her as she goes from hock to pasture in the ground, but man, that's a nice kind of a sheep, good in her rib and certainly good enough in how she's made. Big, powerfully built one here next in line that just gets a little plainer in her overall look, but a productive kind, and I think she's a little sounder than, and certainly one that's a little wider gauge than the one that we're going to round out the class with. That one's long, she's extended, she just needs to be a little bit better in terms of her design and skeleton for me to move her up. Thanks for bringing out some really nice February-born females.
We need March ewe lambs in the Shropshire ring, and in the Suffolk ring we need fitted March ewe lambs in the ring, please.
March ewe lambs for the Shropshire ring, fitted March ewe lambs for the Suffolk ring, please.
Placing on the Suffolk fitted early February ewe lamb class. First to entry 85, Parsley, Suffolk, 1601, Catherine Parsley, Sheridan, Indiana. Second place to entry 78, Knutson, 1624, Andrew Slack Lake, Geneva, Wisconsin. Third to entry 81, Corey McLeese, Washington, Oklahoma. And 4 to 79, Celia Dodd, Bonacqua, Tennessee. Placing on the early January ewe lamb class for the South Downs. First place in that class goes to entry 162, KDK, 1607, Kaylin Smearcheck of Rochelle, Wisconsin. 2 to 168, Forsey, 1617, Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Third place to 172, Shaylee Maddox of Thomas, Oklahoma. Fourth place to entry number 180, Knettle. Fifth place to entry 155, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Sixth place to 167, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. 7 to 164, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. 8 to 176, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 9 to 179, Blake Martin, Attica, Ohio, and 10 to 170, Barrett Martin of Brett Martin of Attica, Ohio.
Yeah, I think, what class is this with, Tracy? Late Jans, okay, good, we're on track.
For the Shropshire Show, our early class of February ewe lambs,
Pink or what?
First place goes to entry 125, City Limits Sheep Farm, 1622, City Limits Sheep Farm with Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Second to 117, D. Hicks, 1621, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Third to 133, Taylor Ruff, Mechanicsburg, Ohio. 4 to 131, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 5 to 130, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 6 to 124, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 7 to 119, Kennedy Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. 8 to 118, Addison Nicholson, South Windsor, Connecticut. 9 to 132, Kendall Rosen, Urbana, Indiana. And 10th place to 128, Sophie Rosen, Urbana, Indiana. For the late class, first place in that class to 143, Clark 1670, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Second to 144, Clark 1678, also Brady Clark. Third place to entry number 138, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 139, Brianna Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. 5 to entry 149, Dalton Payne, Agency, Missouri. Sixth place to 140, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Seventh place to 134, Ashley Fuss, Frederick, Maryland. Eighth place to 142, Jake Mingus, Tip City, Ohio. 9 to 148, Riley Miller, Lafayette, Indiana. And 10 to 147, Carly Cox, Bells, Tennessee. Placing on the fitted intermediate February ewe lamb class for the Suffolks. First place goes to entry 84, Knudsen, 1630. Shania Knudsen, Centerville, South Dakota. Second place to 92, D. Henderson, 1622, Clayton, Brady, and Aubrey Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. Third place to 86, Catherine Parsley, Sheridan, Indiana. 4 to 89, Allie Begg, Findlay, Ohio. 5 to 88, Jenna Lindow, Chile, Wisconsin. And 6 to 87, Jacqueline Elke, Barrett, Minnesota.
real nice class of March ewe lambs, and I really like the one that we're going to start with. I think that she's certainly one that's a little fresher in just how she's designed here, and he said that this is a late March kind of a female. The neat thing is, and probably a couple things make this pair sort for me, is that proportionately she handles way better in terms of her last rib back, and I think she's no doubt the longest hind-saddled one of the group. I think additionally she's leveler in her top line, and so consequently in the angles of the ground, truthfully both of them I like. I think that these two females are, and actually three of them are as sound as any of them that came through. I think she could be just a little bit more correct in terms of how that neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder, but she's one that, again, I like the angles the best and proportions as good as any of them. I think that the ewe that comes in second is good as well. I like the full rib, and I like just the how she's going to be a kind of a feminine, big-bodied kind of a girl, and there's plenty of good to that one as well. I think that there's no doubt she's not quite as level in her top line, and I'd like to change that in comparison to one that's dead straight in front of her. But I think that there's a lot of good, certainly a bunch of growth and a bunch of performance in that girl. The one that comes in next in line is probably, we can see that she's the one that gives up a little bit relative to weight per day of age, but that one's a good kind. I like her skeleton. I think that she's level down her top and measures and handles correct, and she's still feminine. That doesn't need to be a big sheep. She's just a good sheep, and I like that as well there in that third spot. I think she's quite a bit better in her skeleton and structure, in her shoulder, and probably in her top line in comparison to the female that does have the length advantage over the one that is right in front of her. Again, we'd just like to change some of those angles, but certainly enough growth relative to being a March kind of females here. Thanks. Good luck to putting these into your operations. Appreciate your hard work and bringing them here to Louisville, America.
We got here in our March Shropshire class, and I think we got one to win that's just ultra complete. These young people get this one put together. She's got a ton of shape down her top. She's big enough in her kind. She's up in her chest. I like her rib cage. She stands down a pretty good foundation. She's stout boned. I think she kind of does it going away. Well, maybe probably my problematic sheep is the one in second. I really appreciate the extra size and scale. I think this, in my opinion, is the longest sided one that we have out here. Just like to stouten that one up at the ground and lighten her color up, but I think one that, again, next year I think is a world of future in that one. You can sure tell by her growth indicators that I think she's going to be big. Sheep in third is one I really like. There's sure no holes in that one. It's that one is pretty as a picture. I think when they got him stuck right there, I just maybe don't see the growth indicators in the future for this one. I think if that one's big enough for you, you sure can't pick her apart. Today she slides into third for me. Young lady sheep in the fourth hole is one I sure like a great deal. Really smooth in her top line. She's really smooth in her handle. I think for me today, what sorts that one is we stick that one into motion. She wants to get her back legs up underneath her, like to stouten her up at the ground, but I think one that's ultra good and ultra high quality. And a super shapely sheep we conclude the top five with, one that's got a big old rack in her. You can see it kind of working out of her skeleton. Young lady does a nice job of propping that one up. Just like to bust her apart from front to rear in comparison to some of those that we have directly above her, but one that is ultra high quality, and I think on the right buck could be sure a home run. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Placing on the March ewe lamb class for the Shropshires, first place goes to entry 153, D. Hicks, 1610, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place to entry 158, Brockman, 1475, Brianna Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. Third to 164, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 4 to entry 160, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 5 to 163, Bailey Wagner, Mount Victory, Ohio. 6th place to entry 159, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 7 to 156, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 8 to 162, Adam Wagner, Mount Victory, Ohio. 9 to entry 154, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. And 10 to 151, Wyatt Graves, El Dorado Springs, Missouri. For the Shropshires, now ready to show for Champion and Reserve Champion U. Shropshire, Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion U.
Suffolk Junior Fitted Champion U.
Suffolk Ring, we're showing for Junior Champion and Reserve Fitted U. Placing on the March class of fitted Suffolk ewe lambs, first to entry 98, 4 J's and a T, 1677. Grimmy Jacoby, Wausau, Ohio. Second to 94, Knudsen, 1669. Jacqueline Knudsen, Centerville, South Dakota. Third to 99, Jennifer Livermore, Media, Illinois. And 4 to 96, Raylyn Thompson and Avery Jones Taylor, Patoka, Indiana.
Truly a pleasure in this ewe lamb division. Once again, I think we've got a top 5 I'm really satisfied with and really happy with. And as you can see, I guess there's 2 that just kind of roll to the top fairly easy in my mind when we get them on the move and we get truly evaluating them in my mind. And I think they're kind of carbon copies of each other. These 2, the second place lamb doesn't want to cooperate quite as nicely as our first place lamb today, but the lamb we're starting with, I think just that extra notch of length of body. When you get your hands on her, she's super long hind saddle, the big old square hip in her. Beautiful breed type about these 2 ewes. If I'm going to recommend kids to take a look at what true kind of old time Southdown breed types like, that's getting as close as it gets with some spring ewe lambs. Just pretty in their points and their color. These 2 females and to go along with rock star bodies on them, they kind of sort themselves fairly easy in my mind. Second place lamb just gives up that notch of length. She handles hard. She's intense out there. I can tell you that. She'll touch you right back and just pretty about that front end and just beautiful breed type and just gets around that ring. Our third place ewe, big stout ewe, probably as big and stout a ewe as we got in the class. A little earlier in her maturity in her chest floor. When I evaluate her, she's a little deeper in that chest floor than these first 2 ewes, but boy, she's a big long topped ewe and another ewe that's just got a heck of a lot of future to her. Come down to our fourth place ewe, we kind of run out just a little bit of that overall length we've got in those first 3 ewes, but super fronted, super straight in her lines, level in her hip, nice bone about her. And the fifth lamb, she just works in here nice. She kind of grew on me the whole class. Just not much wrong with her. She's not super explosive in her muscle pattern or anything, but just a nice long top, really honest age kind of looking lamb here to stick here in 5th, and just not many holes in her. She just may not have quite that touch and that muscle shape we've got in those ewes ahead of her, but a nice ewe in her own right. Congratulations.
Really nice lineup of Suffolk females to sort between, and I don't think it's particularly easy, but I think that there's a couple that move up. The one that's in the January division, I like her stoutness of bone. I don't know if she's the most athletic when we get her out here, but I think that the angles are nice in that one. Again, I like her quite nicely as she comes out of this January division. That February one that's got enough rib shape, she needs to be better the ground relative to her skeleton to compete with ones that come out here. I love the stoutness and just that ruggedness and boldness of its forerib that we find in our late February ewe lamb, and I think that she's very neat in terms of just the angles of how she's designed. I gave him an extra lap, and I apologize, but I like to see him at least track and motor and move, and I think her angles are super correct and super nifty. I think then some decisions have to be made, and again, I said I like some of the other ones, but the one that comes out of that March ewe lamb is extremely fresh. Is she the stoutest built one right now? The answer would be no, but I think we could probably agree that at least amongst our class winners, she's the one that I really like in her femininity. She handles as unique as any of them from her last rib back of just being ultra good in her top line and ultra long from that last rib back. Will that rib come? Well, sure, I expect it will. It's a March 21 kind of a female. She's got some correctness in design. I'll go shake the hands of the two that I like the best. Made it a really competitive group of fitted yearling or fitted ewe lambs out here. Thanks for letting me look at them, and we'll go congratulate your champion.
Our junior fitted champion for the Suffolk show went to entry number 84 out of the late fitted February ewe lamb class. Knutson 1630, Shania Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota.
98.
Our reserve went to entry 98. First in the fitted March and later ewe lamb class. 4 J's and a T, 1677, Grimmy Jacoby, Wausau, Ohio. In the Shropshire ring, we're now showing for champion and reserve champion ewe. We will follow that with the Dorper show. Give us a few minutes, we'll get set up over there.
What are we doing down here? Oh, wait. We started our junior split shear for the 7th, right?
Like short January. Yeah.
In our Suffolk show,
January to Feb class.
we're now ready for class 28, our Slickshorn January ewe lambs. Slickshorn January ewe lambs into the ring, please.
Well, folks, we get out here in our Shropshire division, and it's been nothing but spectacular. I think one thing I haven't done today, if we could from the crowd, let's please give these kids a big round of applause, because I think there's some ultra high quality individuals out here. I've been thoroughly impressed, and I'm gracious for the opportunity to judge them. I guess first and foremost to the group on this end, to our ewe lamb exhibitors, I think there's a whale of a set in my opinion. I think each and every class was deep. It was good. I think there's not taking nothing away from any of the ewe lambs, but I think there is one individual out here that I think is superior. I think she's high quality. I think she's anything you want to say. I think she is. I don't have Shropshires, but this one gets me excited. She could go into my program, any program, and I think be very, very high quality. I think for reserve, it gets a little closer. You've kind of got to make a decision of what kind you like. For me today, it's going to be what kind I like. It's a preferential, opinion of what you want to do. But without talking too much about them, I'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
For our Shropshire show, to finish things up, our grand champion ewe for the Shrop show was entry number 69 out of the late yearling ewe class, D. Hicks, 15-44, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. The reserve grand champion was out of our early yearling U class, entry 34, Flanders, VIP 4112, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. That does conclude the Shropshire show. Over in that ring, finishing up his duties other than the Supreme Championship, was Dustin Cruitt. Dustin's from Taylorville, Illinois.
I think an interesting pair to sort between on these and give and take. But I think if we read this girl that we start with relative to quality, I think that there's a lot of good to her. I like the full rib and center body that you find in this one, and I think that this one's big-ended as well. A good kind of an individual. She big enough? I guess I call her that here today because I think there's enough good in terms of just being so round-bodied and big-ended and yet made right at the ground. I think that the one that comes in second, you certainly have to like, and if you like that one better, I'm fine with that. I think that she does some femininity really nicely. I think she's plenty level enough. Obviously, in comparison, she's just a little different type that you're going to become a little narrower pinned and drop down to that narrower base as she kind of stands there for us here. But I think that there's a lot of good and a lot of quality, and I like that a little bit better than the one that comes in the 3 spot. I know that one's so long-sided that some might tie into that and say that's the super neat piece of just being so long and extended. To me, she's just so hard-bodied right now and just doesn't have that dimension through that middle part, but she's no doubtably going to be an expressively built one. The one that comes in next in line at 4, that one's long, she's feminine, she's correct enough in how she's built. She comes a little narrower to her loin edge and as we get back behind her, but she's one that you get like the look of. The one that comes in next is as round-bodied and as big-ended as any of them that we got out here. I think that she's maybe one that gets a little shorter hipped, and there's no doubt this one's the one that's a little more deficient relative to Suffolk breed character, but no doubt a high-quality kind of an individual.
For the Shropshire Ewe Lamb Futurity, the Mid-East Division and overall winner is Chloe Stonecipher with Fleener 1615, bred by Tim and Sarah Fleener. We want to congratulate her on that.
She had it as well as the overall yearling ewe. Gosh.
In the Shropshire Ewe Lamb Futurity East Division, the winner was Addison Nicholson with City Limits Sheep Farm 1607, bred by Jaden Slutz of Illinois. Placing on the Suffolk January Slickshorn Ewe Lamb class, first to entry number 103. Gergen, 16P14, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. Second place to entry 105, McCully, 3535, Kyle McCully at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 101, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. 4, entry 107, Garrett Friesian, Carthage, Indiana. 5 to 106, Madison McGee, Osgood, Indiana. 6 to entry 102, Clayton Brady and Aubrey Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. 7 to entry 100, Cooper Belcher, Hartsville, Tennessee. 8 to 104, Shelby Edwards, Franklin, Indiana. And 9 to 108, Carly Tracy, Connorsville, Indiana. For the Shropshire ULAM Futurity Program, our West and Central Division winner was TJ Belt with Barnes 6001, bred by Tim Barnes of Ohio. Let's give all those winners of the Shropshire ULAM Futurity a nice round of applause, please. Junior Suffolk exhibitors, we want to encourage you to stop by the USSA booth to pick up your exhibitor t-shirt. Junior Suffolk exhibitors, stop by that USSA booth to pick up your exhibitor t-shirts. Placing on the late January ULAM class for the Southdowns, first place to entry 193, silver dollar BR 6021, Logan Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. Second to 195, SDF BR 6019, Izzy Wade, Jamestown, Indiana. Third place to entry number 190, Isaac Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. 4 to entry number 211, Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. 5 to entry number 194, William Lohr, Broadway, Virginia. 6th place to entry number 185, Carson Knettle, Greenfield, Illinois. 7 to 192, Corey Schniedermeyer, Hawk Point, Missouri. 8th place to entry number 191, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. 9th place to entry 204, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. And 10th place to entry 182, Brock Martin, Attica, Ohio.
Surely a challenging class with a lot of good quality, that is lower down in the line in this big February class. But once again, we get a top 5 that maybe there's a little differences in types and kinds in my top 5 here. I'm going to start with the big long-bodied ewe, a ewe that I think most resembles what the yearling ewes I used earlier. She's going to make a sheep that size. She's going to make a big long-bodied sheep. I think she's got adequate muscling, super long top, super well balanced, and moves nice, and yet still got that elegant front end about her. Really love that about her. Second place ewe, just a nice. Nice combination sheep. She's got a lot of thickness to her. She's probably a notch longer, a notch more extended than our third place ewe. A notch longer when you get your hands on her from front to rear. The third place ewe, definitely the power ewe of the top 5. Just thick from one end to the other. Just big old top in her, big old hip in her. Just if you truly got to appreciate her for what she offers in that right. Just a little too much of her for the fourth place ewe to get around today. I'm not saying in the future this fourth place ewe I think's got a bright one. I think she's going to be a fancy show yearling ewe next year, but just a super nice look about her, really straight in her lines, really pretty about her front end, and yet still got some adequate muscling. And in our fifth place lamb, another kind of lamb that have been rolling into the fifth places for me, just a good sheep, really long body. She'd probably measure up in length just about with that first place ewe. She's got some natural thickness, some top to her. She's kind of the brood ewe mama that I'd be looking for, just a big old hip on her, and I think she's going to make one of those sheep that would make a really nice mama for this young man. And congratulations, really nice set of February lambs.
A nice class, no doubt, here of slick-shorn females, and again, some gives and some takes amongst the top group, but I'm a big fan of the one that I'm going to start with. I think that big picture, she's not going to be the stoutest in her bone work, but man, in terms of full rib and just that maternal look, that feminine design, and if anybody wants to argue, she's going to be the biggest loined one in here by a long, long ways. That one is giant-topped and feminine. I'm just fine with using that one, a really good kind of a female. I think the decision of the group comes between 2 and 3, and I think the one that comes in second for me is certainly taller at the point of her shoulder, and consequently gets that neat kind of a shape and design to her. And when you get your hands on this one, this was just a little truer. She's got more full rib shape and center dimension, and in fact she proportions really more correctly in her loin and from her hind saddle back than the one that visually appears to be longer sided there in that third spot. And she may be, but she's one that, again, is just a little bit more immature in her overall rib shape and dimension. But I think that one's a pretty good one. She's ultra long, and again, if you make that extra piece and that's what you want, you're going to like that. All 3 of those initial trio, I think you can scramble if you so chose. Really good ones there at that top end. Then we get to make a decision between 4 and 5, and I guess I find one that's just a little fresher. I think this young man's ewe lamb's got a good shape to her. No doubt she's better in her chest floor and still drops that rear flank and rib and just has a nice look relative to being a later maturing kind of an individual in comparison to the young man's power sheep there that's in the 5 spot. No doubt that one's the one that's dimensional when you get back behind her, and that's as big a racked as any of them we've got in here. She becomes the short-sided, short-loined one of the group. Thanks for bringing them out. Good luck to you. I appreciate your guys' hard work. We're going to pick some champions in our slick-shorn division.
In this Dorper Senior Ram Lamb class, we've got 3 good rams out here. The ram I'm starting with is that good complete sound kind of a ram, a big barreled ram, a ram that's got some spring to his ribs, some mass working for him throughout, very long in his hip, has some volume to that muscle to him, handles with some width down his top. He's just a thick, big, massive, growthy, heavy bone kind of a ram. I really do appreciate this second place ram. The little white skirt ram is a ram, what he lacks in size and scale, he does have a lot of muscle to him. He's got that thickness, that bulge in the way that, in that handle and back through that hind saddle all the way through. Very nice and long, free in his stride, very complete kind of a ram, very sound individual, just not quite enough of him to move around the black-headed ram today. We go to the third ram, a ram that's just got a bit of a soundness issue at this particular point in time.
Placing on the Suffolk February and later Slickshorn ewe lamb class. First place goes to entry 111 Macaulay 3655 Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry number 115 Flanders VIP 6052 Max Ells, Greenfield, Indiana. Third place to entry 113, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. 4 to entry 116, Hayden Deno, Danville, Indiana. 5 to 114, TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky. 6 to 120, Cooper Belcher, Hartsville, Tennessee. 7th place to entry 109, Clayton Brady and Aubrey Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. 8 to 112, Chloe Perlee, Kirkland, Indiana. 9 to 122, Mason Ferris, Grinnell, Illinois. And 10 to entry 119, Celia Dodd, Bonacqua, Tennessee. Now showing for Slickshorn Junior Champion and Reserve for the Suffolks. Your class after this will be to show for your next class in this ring. Suffolk class in this ring next will be fitted Grand Champion ewes, so we'll need the Junior Champion and the Senior Champion as well as reserves from the fitted division, followed by the Slickshorn Grand Champion drive.
4 individuals out here, and in big picture, when we put together the pieces of the puzzle, you can grab a couple different things from each of these, because not everyone or one of them out here does everything perfect for us. But the young ladies class winner that came out of that first class, that one's so round ribbed and just giant topped and ended, and skeletally of the ground is just really, really nicely built. A good kind of individual here that comes out of that ewe lamb class. She beat one that was just a little bit kind of had the extra femininity and look that truthfully, when she gets out here, gets a little bit outmassed and outpowered. Probably the pen mate there that came out of that later division, man, she's big topped as well, but in different places. That's the biggest loined sheep that came out here in our Slickshorn portion, and I think that she's ultra feminine as well. The interesting thing then is I like that second place that came out of that class because she kind of drives uphill and certainly has a nice look to her. But in comparison to the one that comes into the earlier class, she's one that gets a little flatter. We could get a little bit more expression, but her balance and look still keeps her competitive. I'll go pick the ones that I think have the most unique pieces and the toughest pieces to equal and to be able to make. So really nice group, and all four of these are high quality, very good, and appreciate your guys' hard work. Thanks for letting me look at them.
Placing on the fall Ram Lamb class for the Dorper White Dorper Junior Show. First to entry 1, Darlington Dorpers, 1502, Carson Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin. Second to entry 4, Solid Rock Ranch, 0012, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. And third to entry number 2, Abigail Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. For the Dorpers, now showing winter Ram Lambs. Your next class will be spring Ram Lambs. For the Suffolks, we're just finished our Slick Shorn Junior Champion in Reserve, now ready to show for Fitted Grand Champion U and Reserve. So we'll need the Fitted Senior Champion in Reserve along with the Fitted Junior Champion in Reserve in the ring at this time. Our Slick Shorn Junior Champion U came out of the Slick Shorn February and later U-Lamb class, entry 111, Macaulay 3655, Kyle Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. The Slick Shorn Reserve Junior Champion U was entry 103 from the January class, Gergen 16P14, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. On the south down the end of the ring, our early February U-Lamb class. First place went to entry number 251, George Brothers, 16-172, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second to 248, Forsey E, 16-118, Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Third to 247, Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Fourth to entry 252, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Fifth place to entry 215, Isaac Coleman, Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin. Sixth place to entry number 224, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 7 to 222, Kelsey Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. 8 to 214, Logan Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. Ninth place to 220, Carson Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin. 10th place to entry 238, Caleb Formo of Blue Mounds, Wisconsin.
an interesting class of these winter ram lambs to sort through. I'm going to start with this white ram lamb up here. A ram that, again, when you step in and start to evaluate him, he is a little shorter bodied than several others, but a ram that once you get up on him, he has as much volume and muscle volume as you're going to find in any ram out here in the class. He's a big rib kind of a ram. He's a very deep bodied kind of a ram. Very bold through his chest without being coarse up through that front end. A ram that's got enough bone at this point, adequate in his color and his pigmentation for a white ram, and a ram that I think just ties together pretty well. Again, he's not necessarily the longest ram out here, but he is very long and free in his stride and as good in his movement as anything that I can find. Come back to the second ram. We have a second ram here that he's a little larger in his overall outline, a lamb that does have some width and dimension to him, especially down his top. Not quite as shapely back through that back through his leg as what I felt I had in that first ram. But again, a bold sprung kind of a ram. He's got some volume working for him end to end. He's still fairly straight in his lines. He's attractive in his overall design. As we go again, taken as a whole, I think just a good complete kind of a ram to slide up into this second hole. Third ram, a little rougher in his structure, not quite as straight and strong down his top. However, a ram that again is pretty sound. He's pretty complete and ties together pretty well again in that movement at this point in time. We've got a nice ram in fourth, just not quite as structurally correct as what I felt I had in some of the other rams up through here. Again, a small fault, but it's enough to going to move him down just a little bit. And of course, a ram here in fifth just doesn't have quite the overall muscle volume working for him as some of the other rams I felt I had today.
We just got a little housekeeping to do and accomplish here in our Suffolk division. We'll have our champion fitted, our champion slick shorns coming right behind those, and then pick the two that I like the best to represent your Suffolk breed. Again, I commend the individuals and our producers and exhibitors on bringing out some really nice females. Again, plenty of depth and plenty of quality amongst those. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're ringside at the North American, would you proudly give a round of applause first off for our Suffolk exhibitors? Thank you. I'm a big fan of the four that we've got out here, and I think these are ones that match what we're trying to do. That ewe lamb is super good in her skeleton, really good topped, really good ribbed, and I think she's just made nice. A good kind of a female there that I thought won a competitive ewe lamb division. In fact, in the yearling ewe division, this one's pretty unique. I think that again, she's stout enough in terms of her bone work for me, but she does so many things exquisitely well. So elegant and feminine up front. She's just neat in how she's built. She's ultra long-topped, and in fact, as long-topped as she is, I think it's tough to predict that they can make them that level. And so that's what makes her so cool is that she's so long. She handles with a tremendous amount of length, and in fact, to be that elegant and to be that feminine, she's just so big in terms of her top line, and just might be the biggest loined one that we had come through the ring today. A really good kind of an individual. It's not really that hard for me. I'm willing to find the best one. Let's congratulate them.
For our Dorper Winter Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 7227, Jonathan Coe, Farmington, Kentucky. Second to entry 8, Lone Star 1631, Cass, Braden Alexander, Lincoln, Illinois. 3rd to 6th, Elliott Key, Paris, Missouri. 4 to entry 5. Rylan Nix, Mountain Grove, Missouri. And 5 to entry 9, Tommy Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Now ready to show for our Slick Shorn champion U and reserve champion. We'll need the senior champion and reserve along with the junior champion and reserve. Our fitted grand champion U was entry number 35. 35 came out of the intermediate fitted yearling U class. McClure, 15-14, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. The reserve was entry number 84. And 84 came out of our late February fitted ULAM class. Knutson, 16-3, 16-30, Shania Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota.
Slick Shorn Division champions here in your Suffolk portion at the North American International Livestock Exposition here in the junior show. And again, I don't think it takes too much thinking to accomplish and try to find the two of the highest quality. I think both of those ewe lambs were nice. Obviously, they're very quite different in their build on a couple different things, but I liked both of them quite nicely. But I don't think they really match in comparison to the quality that you find in either of the two here that are a little elder and come out of that senior division. That class winner does so many good things, right? Of just being ultra feminine, just love the rib shape and center body that you find in that one. As huge loined as any, and certainly big-ended. And I like that young ladies as well, just from that extra look and an extra amount of length aside that's tough to equal to be able to do that one. Those two are really, really good. I'm convinced that they're the best ones in our Slick Shorn division. Congratulations on your championship in reserve.
In this Dorper Spring Ram Lamb class, we've got what I would consider the good combination ram up here on top. He's probably the showiest ram. He's the most attractive ram, yes. He's correct up through his front end. He's as long and free in his stride. He's a ram that's pretty straight in his overall design. He's very level out through his hip. He's long in his hip. He has some muscle volume from that standpoint of just that extra length that he's got. He's adequate in his rib cage. I think he's just a pretty good kind of a sheep. Combine that with that flashy style that he's got, now he's going to move to the top. The ram in second, a ram that may have just a little more muscular expression back through his leg. It's a fairly close placing. You'd like to pull his tail up. You'd like to level him out just a little bit, make him a bit smoother in his movement. He's a ram that's got a little more rib to him at this point, and possibly a little wider sprung in his rib at this point. However, his front shoulders don't lay on quite as neatly and smoothly. Doesn't make him move quite as nicely as what I had in that first individual, but two pretty good kind of rams. As we come to the third, another a little more youthful, a little more juvenile kind of a ram that does have some muscle volume working for him from end to end. However, he's just not quite as complete, not going to move up any higher today.
In our Suffolk show, we're now showing for Grand Champion U overall. Our Slick Shorn champion came out of the late Slick Shorn Yearling U class. She was our senior Slick Shorn champion. Entry 53, McCully, 3431, Kyle McCully at Glen, Pennsylvania. The reserve went to our reserve senior champion out of the early Slick Shorn Yearling U class, entry 46, Slack 5109, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Now showing for Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Suffolk U. Following that will be your state flock. State flock, please be getting those ready.
Over here on the Southtown side, another really top group of ewe lambs we've run out here. I guess is our late February division. I've got a pair of lambs that kind of sort themselves to the top in this class. Again, I guess I'd like to take a couple of the professional showmen that are below these two and let them drive these two lambs, because I got to use just a little bit of imagination out here with these two young individuals showing these two lambs. But I think that I guess that's my job, and I take it seriously that to try to find those lambs that some inexperienced showmen showing them can still have a shot against some of these kids that have been showing for a real long time. And I think I found that in these two lambs. They really touch you back. These two lambs, they really good bone. They move around the ring pretty nice. Really level in their hip and their rump structure. Really square made. I think maybe just a touch nicer type in our first place lamb over our second place lamb today, and they're both super square in those hip and their rump structures. You get behind them, they're wide pin set, yet they're still feminine enough about their front ends that they appear like they're going to grow and mature into really nice females. Super pretty profile on you is a ewe in third, maybe not quite as much of her in overall volume or length that we've got in the ewes ahead of her, but she's a pretty picture. She's gonna be a good one for a while. Next year we come into here similar in that stature as far as really wedge shaped up through her front end. Nice and square made down that top and level in that hip. Then we roll into the fifth place lamb, just a big top lamb, a lamb with tremendous amount of natural thickness and red meat in her. Maybe not quite that femininity I'd like to see in a February ewe lamb about her front end, but just a big old top. And if you want to have a female that's going to give you some of those in her babies, that's one you'd want to have.
Just about the last thing we got to do. We got to sort a state flock, or at least pick a champion with those. And I'm really happy with these that we've got out here for your championship division. And congratulations to each of those. You can pick either one of these champion, and you'll have 50% of the barn that'll say you're like one of them really good, and there'll be 50% that might say they like the other one really good. They're both extremely good kind of females, and I think they both have pieces that are tough to make and tough to design, but there's one I like just a little bit better, and a really good group of individuals. But I think both of those champions in this division are the ones that you need to kind of ride and find as extremely good representatives of your Suffolk portion. I don't know what's correct relative to size. You do what you want. If you want to make them moderate, if you want to make them in between, if you want to make them big, and I think that the Slick Shorn's obviously one that's kind of in the middle, and in fact our fitted sheep here is truthfully quite a bit bigger than what I prefer, but a really good kind of an individual. And again, to make them that long and that level and that feminine and that big top, she's pretty good. Congratulations to your exhibitors. I'll go shake the hand of your champion here at the North American and the Junior Show. Really, really good Suffolks. Thanks.
In the Dorper ring, we've got, we're now at the point of champion ram. We haven't necessarily had a lot of rams, but we've had some quality throughout. We've had a few little problems but that need to be cleaned up and some things that need to be addressed. But I think that, again, once we get down to this point, we've got 3 class winners I think are very good rams. They all would have value within the industry, whether it be commercial or purebred. And I think that, again, depends on what particular traits you're looking for. I think the good combination ram, what I would call the combination ram, he's probably as showy as anything. He's got extension throughout. He's level enough. He's got some muscle working for him in end. He's got a little growth. And at this point, he's not necessarily the heaviest muscled ram out here. I realize that. But I think he's got enough and he's adequate at this point. That'll be your spring ram lamb. He'll be your champion today. Then it becomes a very close placing. We've got several more good rams out here, and again, it depends on what particular traits you might want to find. And I think that each one has its own particular merits, but I think in terms of soundness, muscle volume, completeness, as well as a sheep that's got some growth to it and got not necessarily a big sheep, but a very complete sheep and a very sound sheep, good on their feet, and the legs have a tendency to move pretty well in relationship to their overall body length. That's the white ram lamb. He'll be your reserve today.
For the Dorper ring, we're now ready for senior yearling ewes, and for the Suffolk, we're ready for state flock. Placing on the spring ram lamb class for the Dorper White Dorper show, first went to entry 10, Deer Run 2, 1624, Peyton Nix, Mountain Grove, Missouri. Second to entry 11, Rock Solid Ranch, 0039, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. Third place to entry 12, also Abigail Hauser. For the Dorpers, our champion ram was entry 10 out of that spring ram lamb class, Deer Run 2, 1624, Peyton Nix, Mountain Grove, Missouri. The reserve was our class winner from the winter ram lamb class, entry 7, 7227, Jonathan Coy, Farmington, Kentucky. Now ready for senior yearling ewes for the Dorpers. State flock. Last call, Suffolk State flock. Placing on the late February ewe lamb class for the South Downs. First place to 281, Bowers, 1622, Rowan Tinker, Butler, Indiana. Second, 279, Bowers, 1621, Lane and Drew Hoflinger, Columbus, Indiana. Third place to entry 263, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 4 to 260, Carson Knettle, Greenfield, Indiana. 5 to entry 259, Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. 6th place to 266, also Preston Forsey. 7th place to entry 270, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. 8 to 261, Casey Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin. 9th place 277, Dylan Klug, Grafton, Wisconsin. And 10 to 274, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire.
haphazard. We now have our early March class of new lambs as of March 1 through and including March 5 are currently in the ring.
Winner of our Suffolk State flock is the state of Pennsylvania.
In the Dorper Yearling U class, we have one entry, and she's a pretty good one. She's very feminine. She's got some spring to her rib. She's got some volume working for her. She's very smooth up through her front end. She's still got some width and dimension down her top. She's got some length back through her hips. She's got some muscle in her hind saddle all the way through. She tracks very well. She tracks very smoothly. She's just a very, very good kind of ewe. She's a ewe could definitely stand a lot of competition later on, but it appears as though she's a ewe that is headed for a maternal side of the maternal side of things, and I think this is a ewe that should perform very, very well, have the opportunity to make these young ladies some money. Very good sheep.
Placing on the Dorper White Dorper Senior Yearling U class. First place goes to entry 14, Kecker White Dorpers 51, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee.
In this class, I'm going to opt to use this white ewe, a ewe that is extremely thick. She's extremely deep. She's very broody. She's very massive. Yet she's feminine enough up through her front end to go ahead and just have enough femininity working for her to tie that all together. She's a ewe that she's pretty straight in her straight down her top. She's very level out over her hip. She's got as wide a hip. She's as thick and thick through her center and lower portion of her leg as anything we're going to find out here. Combine that with her extra volume and mass that she's got. Just a very broody, massive individual I surely do appreciate. I like this second place ewe for a little extra length that she possesses. She is longer through her hind saddle. She's a bit flashier than this first place ewe, but she doesn't have quite the spring and depth to her rib, not quite the volume working for her from end to end that I felt that I had in that ewe right above her. A ewe that, again, she's pretty level out over her hip. She's pretty square in that overall design. Still has some volume to it. Combined with that length in that hind saddle, is still going to give you a good bit of muscle, just not quite as shapely and attractive as what I felt in that first ewe. As we come to the third ewe, I really like the pattern of this ewe. A very pretty individual, very attractive, eye-appealing ewe. Again, she's got some femininity working for her. She's just not got quite the overall volume, doesn't have quite the rib volume that what I felt I had in the two ewes right above her. A ewe that just doesn't have quite the thickness at this particular point in time.
Placing on the junior yearling ewes for the Dorper White Dorper Show. First place goes to entry number 17, S. Bar T Livestock, P. 431, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. Second to 18, Missouri Dorpers, 5037, Sandra Klum, Herod, Ohio. Third to entry 21, Peyton Nix, Mountain Grove, Missouri. Again, we're now ready for class number 6, senior year, ready for class number 8, fall ewe lambs. Fall ewe lambs, please.
Another excellent ewe lamb class here in our Southdown division here in our March class. We've got I left the top 6 out here on this group. Left this young man out here, did such a good job all by himself. I wanted to talk about him. He did a really nice job with a really fancy lamb that doesn't have a hole in her. She just fits in nice there in 6. We start the class off with, good job, buddy. Start the class off with tremendous ewe lamb. I got a little question on, is she that freak that she's that big and that long at this age? But she's a darn good one no matter what age class we're going to run her in. She's just tremendous bone, tremendous length of top. When she moves, for being as long as she is, she moves well. She maintains that straightness on the move and just a nice big old level hip on her. She's going to be a good one throughout. The second place lamb follows her really nicely. Just a tremendous bone in thickness from front to rear. Really nice wedge shape. She's pretty in her breed type. Just a pretty darn good lamb there to be in second place. Our third place lamb, another lamb that, boy, I love the length of hindsail. You put your hands on her loin, and boy, she's got a big old long loin. I mean, she's the type of ewe that she looks like she's going to be one of those brood mamas when she gets older. She's just got a nicer rib shape to her right now, just a big old long top in her. She probably gives up just a little bit of that touch and muscle that we've got in those two lambs ahead of her, but she's a good one in her own right. She's just got that extra amount of length and rib shape than our fourth place lamb. Fourth place lamb, really neat looking lamb when you get back and analyze her. Really level hip, nice bone work about her. Just not quite that overall length we've got in those 3 lambs ahead of her, but she's a darn good one to be in fourth place. And our fifth place lamb falls in here nicely. Big long top lamb. Maybe change her just a little bit about the white color about her muzzle for me to make her a little more ideal, but just big long top. She probably just gives up just a little bit of that muscle shape that we've got in some of those lambs ahead of her, but a nice lamb. Thank you.
Now ready for Southdown late March ewe lambs. We need late March ewe lambs, those animals born March 6 and later.
in this class of ewe lambs. We finally got some numbers to sort through, and we've got some quality definitely on the top end of this class, and actually some quality all the way through. We've got two very good ewe lambs up here. Our ewe lambs are very similar in terms of being very broody, they just look like they've got a potential of being a good mama and go out there and raise some lambs, make some money. That first place ewe is a ewe that I think it's pretty obvious. She's carrying a bit more condition than I would prefer to find in a ewe at this particular point in time, but a ewe that she carries it very well. She's easy keeping to a fault. She is a ewe that still has some ribs. She's got some length of ribs. She's got some spring to it. It's going to give her a lot of extra volume working for her. She's as heavy boned as several of the other ewes out here. Combine that with some muscular expression, some muscle volume to it. She's probably carries as much width and thickness through the center and lower portion of her leg as several of the ewes out here. Combine that with that extra length of body, I think it's just going to go ahead and move her up to the top end of this class. I really do appreciate the mass and volume of this second place ewe. Again, she's one of those that when I first was looking at, well, she belongs in that top end pretty easily. She's a stout made kind of a ewe. She's got some muscle working for her. Again, she's got some muscle volume to it. She's feminine enough through her front end. She just acts or just presents herself as a potential brood ewe. There's just a lot of things you can like about that. I think you turn 100 of them out in the pasture, and you can definitely turn some dollars out of that kind of a sheep. I do like this third place ewe as well. Again, a little heavier bone, a little heavier structured kind of a ewe that does have some muscle. She's not quite as sound, not quite as free and easy in her movement at this particular point in time. She's not quite as well sprung up through that forerib as what I felt as I had in terms of overall volume, giving her as much overall volume as what I felt as I had those couple ewes right above her. Fourth place ewe, a very nice white ewe, a very attractive individual. Again, got some femininity, some mass and volume working for her. As we come down the line, we've got some ewes that may not have the overall muscle mass working for them than what I felt we had up towards the top end of the class.
Placing on the Dorper White Dorper class of fall ewe lambs. First place to entry 26, Riverwood Farms, 6386, Sandra Klum, Harrod, Ohio. Second to 24, Keeker White Dorpers, 0033, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. Third place to entry 27, Sandra Klum, Harrod, Ohio, 4 to 28. Addison Co., Farmington, Kentucky, 5 to 23. Carson Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin, 6th place to 29. Stuart Klum, Harrod, Ohio, 7 to 25. Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee, and 8 to Abigail Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina.
Another real nice class here in our March division. A nice pair of lambs here to start our class off with. Really neat design lamb here. We're going to start the class off with. Clean up through that front, really level in her lines, literally level in that hip. She's just a little wider in her pin bone. She's just a little nicer in her hip structure than our second place lamb. Second place lamb, really pretty fronted lamb. Nice breed type about her. Really straight and moves out on a good set of feet and legs. Our third ewe, probably a little more power in this ewe. She's got a little more top and rib shape to her, and definitely a little more lower chest floor to her. Not quite as clean and neat made as those first two lambs today. Same could be said for our fourth place lamb. Just a big old top lamb with a lot of bone to her, a lot of natural thickness, big old level hip in her, and long hind saddle, and that gets her kind of in here in fourth, fairly easy. And our fifth place lamb, just a really cool design lamb, a lamb that's got a lot of future to her. Just not quite that top that we've got in the lambs ahead of her, not quite that lower leg muscle that we've got in those ewe lambs right ahead of her, but a really nice ewe lamb in her own right.
Placing on the early class of Southdown ewe lambs in the March division. First place goes to 299 Bowers 1620, Lane and Drew Hoflinger of Columbus, Indiana. Second place to 203 Hoflinger.
Oh, it's coming, it's coming.
Second place to entry 203 Hoflinger 1625, Kyra Burnett, Columbus, Indiana. Third place to entry number 316, Riker Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. Fourth place to 304, Dathan Smearcheck of Richalt, Wisconsin. 5 to 314, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. Sixth place to entry number 294, Braden Bowers, Belmont, Wisconsin. Seventh place to entry 291, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Eighth place to entry 290, Ashlyn Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma. 9 to 295, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 10th place to 286, Molly McCullough of Albra, Illinois. In the late class of March ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 310, Forsey E. 16-230, Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second to 324, Sunrise 1140, Halo, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Third to 321, Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. 4 to 318, Caleb Formo of Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. 5 to entry 325, Brooks Hensley of Walton, Indiana. Sixth place to entry 307, Caroline Kuhn, Manila, Indiana. Seventh place to entry 315, Hannah Schultz, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Eighth place to 329, Chase Israel, Geneva, Florida. Ninth place to entry 322, Kinley Ray French of Sharpsburg, Kentucky. And 10 to 306, Brooke Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. Placing on the fall Dorper ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 26, Riverwood Farms 6386, Sandra Klum, Herod, Ohio. Second place to 24, Keeker White Dorpers 0033, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. Third place to entry 27, Sandra Klum, Herod, Ohio. 4 to 28, Addison Co., Farmington, Kentucky. 5 to 23, Carson Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin. 6 to 29, Stuart Klum, Herod, Ohio. 7 to 25, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. 8 to entry number 15, Abigail Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina.
Again, a very, very nice class of ewe lambs we've got out here. I've got a couple of ewe lambs up there on top I really can appreciate. Ewe lambs that have got some femininity, they've got some mass working for them. I'm going to opt to use this first ewe. She's got enough chest floor, she's got enough overall volume, enough spring to her rib. She's still pretty straight down that top. She's got some thickness, and when you get behind her, she's got as much width and dimension to her muscle as anything we've got out here. A ewe that's got her front shoulders lay on correctly, she moves out very well off those feet and legs. She's up on her toes pretty well. Got that femininity working for her. I think that's just got a lot of potential as a brood ewe later on. And she's still flashy enough to be a show sheep here today. We come to second. I think it's the ewe that most closely follows her in terms of being that overall, in terms of having some muscle, having some volume working for her, having that spring and depth of rib, and still combining in a very complete, free-flowing kind of package as she moves out. A ewe that I think is just a very attractive individual. She has enough pigmentation at this point to fit within the breed. A ewe that I just really do appreciate this being a nice, complete kind of a sheep. We come to the black-headed Dorper ewe here, and third, a ewe that, again, she's got maybe just a touch more bone than several of the other ewes. She doesn't handle and appear to have quite as much thickness out over her hip when you stand behind as either one of the two ewes ahead of her. She does have some muscle. Again, she has a lot of style and balance. She's a very attractive individual. Just a good, complete sort of a package. We came to the two ewes in fourth and fifth, and I think there's two ewes here. Again, they're very similar in overall type and design. The ewe that I ended up moving up, just a little better balance, a little wider in her base at this particular point in time. A ewe that maybe has just a little more width all the way back through that rump area. However, I don't know that she carries down with quite as much down through the lower portion of her leg today. However, I think that overall volume that she's got, she's a little bit sounder. She's a little bit better on her feet today, just a touch better in her movement. The ewe that I ended up moving down to fifth, I do like that she is a slightly heavier bone kind of a ewe, and again, she carries down with some thickness all the way through, especially through that lower portion of her leg, and she's got some muscle shape and volume to it. Again, a very attractive, pretty well balanced kind of a ewe. 5 very good ewe lambs at the top end of this class.
Over here on the Southdown side, let's put our hands together. Just a phenomenal set of females that have come out today. Truly impressive, I think, and just a great set of year ones and falls, and in the springs follow them right up with a as deep, if not stronger set right on down through. I know one thing, I'll sleep good tonight, but mostly because my feet are tired. But with this group of lambs out here, I'm real satisfied. I get back and look at them, and they're not the way every Southdown breeder would pick them, but I'm pretty proud of the ones that have surfaced to the top. I think they've got some neat stuff about them, some real good attributes, some length of body, some look to them, still some feminine front ends, yet still plenty of muscle to go along with that. And I think what makes this breed great, just a really great set of kids that have come through the ring, and I commend them and their families for doing a great job. A bunch of good kids that came through here today doing a good job exhibiting their sheep, and you should all be commended. Pretty deep water right here when you're looking at this set of females. In my mind, there's not too many ways you could go wrong here, I don't think, and I think there's going to be some great females out of this lineup that'll go on to do great things in the show ring and in the breeding barn down the road. So with that being said, we'll go shake the hands of the two winners out here for your Junior Champion Reserve.
What do we got? January? Or the June? Late January? Oh shit, you don't have everything on one time.
Now ready on the south down ring to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion U. Our junior champion Southdown U goes to the class winner of the late January U Lamb class, entry 193, silver dollar BR 6021. Logan Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. The reserve was second in that same class, entry 195. SDF BR 6019, Izzy Wade, Jamestown, Indiana. Now showing for Grand Champion.
been my pleasure to sort through these South Downs today. We got through them in a timely fashion. I'd like to thank the kids and their adult counterparts that helped get them in the ring and out of the ring in a timely fashion. I know the show management appreciates it. Super set of females, as I just said. Just pretty impressive top to bottom. We'll go out here and select your grand and reserve grand.
In the Dorper class, I think we've got a ewe lamb up here that when you take all the parameters in the breed, examine them, determine what is important in this breed and its muscle, this is a ewe lamb you can't ignore. She's just got a lot of muscle working for her from end to end, very expressively muscled through the shoulder all the way down her top. She's got more thickness all the way through the center and lower portion of her leg. She's not quite as well balanced, not quite as stylish as some of the other individuals, but I think she still moves pretty well, and she is a thick sheep. That overall volume of muscle is just going to work for her today and move her into up into that first place spot. As we come to the second place ewe, this is a ewe that just has the style and elegance about her that I just can't quite ignore. No, she's not as heavily muscled maybe as some of the others, but she's very straight, she's very level down her, tends to move out very well, long and free in her stride. She's good up through her front end, very feminine through her front end. Ewe lamb, once she ties together, she's just a good, complete individual. Again, I think has a lot of potential as a brood ewe. I really do like this sheep. We come to the ewes in third and fourth. Ewes that don't have quite the overall thickness, maybe not quite the style of that second individual, maybe not quite the bone, not quite as free and easy in their movement as the two ewes I had above them. But again, they're sound enough and complete enough. I think that when you evaluate these next year's yearling ewes, you're going to be very pleased with what you find.
I've looked, I know.
Holy crap!
Grand champion ewe for our South Downs show is entry 193, Silver Dollar BR 6021, Logan Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. Our junior champion out of the late January class. The reserve grand champion is entry 109, Forsey, 15193, Cover Girl, Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Our senior champion, first in the late yearling U class. At this time, we also need to announce in the class of winter ewe lambs for the Dorpers, White Dorpers. First place to entry 40, Hickory Grove 75. Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. Second, entry number 39, 0106, Addison Coe, Farmington, Kentucky. Third to 35, Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. 4 to 34, Elliott Key, Paris, Missouri. 5 to 38, Jonathan Coe, Farmington, Kentucky. Sixth place to entry number 16, Rylan Nix, Mountain Grove, Missouri. 7 to 37, Peyton Nix, Mountain Grove, Missouri. 8 to entry 41, Tommy Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 8 to entry 41, Slack. 1336, Tommy Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Ninth place to 36, Braden Alexander, Lincoln, Illinois. And 10 to 33, Rylan Nix, Mountain Grove, Missouri. Dorpers are now showing for champion and reserve champion U's, so we need the first and second from the previous U classes in the ring.
Trying to swing it over. We don't need that fence anymore. This fence just needs to be pushed up for the time being, so we have the whole ring open for grand champion. Then we'll put it. Then we want it put back up for right after we get done with the grand champions, because we got 2 breeds coming in at 4. Real soon. I'm just dealing with that. Ready? I'll do it.
We do want to announce the Southdown Futurity winners for the Futurity Yearling Ewes. In 10th place, Bailey Wade, with a ewe bred by Northern Star Livestock. 9th place, Holden Lovelace, with a ewe bred by Rinkers Southdowns. And as we read your name, if you would come up to the ring, collect your rosettes. In 8th place, Mackenzie Paget, with a ewe bred by Forsey Southdowns. 7th place, Marley Stonecipher, with a ewe bred by Jennifer Beidel. 6th place, Lydia Wilson, with a ewe bred by Forsey's. 5th place, Andy Belt, with a ewe bred by Beckman family. 4th place, Dylan Klug, with a ewe bred by Jordan Leininger. 3rd place, Carson Lobdell, with a ewe bred by Kay Bowman. 2nd place, Emily Bright, a ewe bred by Hired Hand Southdowns. And the winner of the Yearling Ewe Futurity, Lexi Grace, with a ewe bred by the Scramlin family. Again, pick up your rosettes up at the show ring, if you would, please. In the Southdown Fall Ewe Lamb Futurity, 10th place, Chloe Gustafson, with a ewe bred by Darlington Downs. 9, Clay Allison, a ewe bred by M. Williams Southdowns. 8, Andy Belt, a Forsey ewe. 7, Isaac Coleman, a Circle J Southdowns bred ewe. Mallory Bowers is 6th, also with a Circle J Southdowns ewe. 5th place, Holden Lovelace, with a ewe bred by the University of Findlay. 4th, Seth Michael, a ewe bred by Darlington Downs. 3rd, Dylan Klug, a ewe bred by MB Genetics. 2nd, J. Lee Oldenburg, a ewe bred by Wilworth. And our winner in the Fall Southdown Ewe Lamb Futurity, Kaylee Daniels, a ewe bred by MB Genetics. In our Spring Ewe Lamb Futurity, our 10th place winner, Riley Good, with a ewe bred by Oldenburg. 9th, Lydia Wilson, another Oldenburg ewe. 8th, Isaac Coleman, a ewe bred by John Jones Jr. 7, Andy Belt, a ewe bred by Sink South Downs. 6, Kaylee Daniels, an MB Genetics ewe. 5, Lucas Wilson, a ewe bred by Northern Star Livestock Service. 4th, Drew George, a ewe bred by Forsey South Downs. 3rd, Hannah Schultz, a ewe bred by Mindy Reed. And we had a tie based on points today. It was broken by who stood the highest in their individual class, and it was between family members. 2nd place, Casey Lobdell, a ewe bred by Carson Canettle, and 1st place was Carson Lobdell, a ewe bred by Cody Bowman. Congratulations to all those futurity winners.
In selecting the champion ewe of the Dorper Show, again, going back to a variety of things, I think I've got 5 ewes, 5 class winners out here, very sound individuals, very good in their movement. They're correct in so many ways. They're just very, very good set of sheep. There's a lot of sheep out here I see that have a tremendous amount of brood ewe potential. I think they should be able to go out and work for these young people and be able to become very productive ewes that can contribute hopefully to their bottom line balance. What we've got here is, again, some flashy show sheep and some that are just a little more broody. I guess what I'm going to use for the champion ewe at this point, I'm looking for that sheep that is that combination of good sheep in terms of a flashy show sheep, but still got enough muscle volume, still got enough femininity for it. Sheep that ties together extremely well. This spring ewe lamb definitely fits that bill in terms of when you're taking the entire Dorper catalog is what you're looking for. She's as thick and deep and has as much muscle volume and for her structure as anything you're going to find. She's a logical choice for the champion ewe. Bring it. Yep. Yeah. Now, coming back for reserve, it gets to be a little tighter because we don't have the sheep that's quite the outlier like that one particular individual was. We've got some more very, very good sheep that are sound, sheep that are feminine and broody, that are attractive. Again, I'm going to look for a little more muscle in them. I hope to have a little more muscle volume. They may not have quite the shape of that one ewe, but I think they're possibly a little more complete, and again, should work in terms of either the purebred or commercial side of this industry. And taking that into account, knowing that the lamb classes, again, were much tougher, that were much deeper. And the ewe lamb out of the winter ewe lamb class, the White Dorper ewe, she will be your reserve champion ewe.
Placing on our White Dorper Spring ewe lamb class. First went to entry 48, Kelly Hare Sheep 596, Abigail Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. Second to 52, 4561. Is Emily Sally of Hodgenville, Kentucky. Third to 49, Peyton Nix, Mountain Grove, Missouri. 4 to 43, Ryland Nix, Mountain Grove, Missouri. 5 to 50, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. 6 to 53, Abigail Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. Our champion ewe for the Dorper White Dorper show, entry number 48 out of the Spring Ewe Lamb class. Kelly Hare Sheep 596, Abigail Wilson, China Grove, Missouri. The reserve goes to entry number 40 out of the Winter Ewe Lamb class, Hickory Grove 075, Abigail Hauser of Pikeville, Tennessee. That does conclude our Dorper show. Our judge was Dave Smith. Our other judge in the ring over here with the Suffolks, whenever he finished up, Travis Hoffman. And then Kyle Thayer just finished up down on the South Downs.
would like to have one too. Actually, then lay this one up on the side. figure I won't get much to eat. So eat as much for lunch as I can. Then go. I would like to know. Right. So how did you end up down here? Market, Indiana? Yeah, I just live in Market County. I live in Marysville. So yeah, I know where Newmarket's at. Right now. What's the last name? I was county agent over there in Clark County for 20 plus years. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, Nick. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah. I just wondered how it came from Crawfordsville to Kentucky. What did you... Hi, Guy. How are you? You here just you and Grandma and Grandpa today? Oh. Oh, I see him. You having a good time? Where? Have you seen the cows? Uh-oh. Yeah. Yeah. No goats yet. No goats yet. Oh, I saw him. But she took a picture of him, sent it to Sarah, and told her that was his wedding. Yeah, I know. She did. Very good. guys? Good. They brought me this the other night. So, yeah. The others don't have enough lower back support, so I couldn't handle it. Oh, he was. You haven't been doing this for a year? Oh, that's right. He was retired. I forgot he was retired some time ago. So what's he doing now? Somebody said 20-minute call for those breed champion rams. 20-minute call, breed champion rams. Yeah, the call for the champions down here. 20 minutes, get us at 3 o'clock. I have told people to do it. Hi, Richard. Good. How are you? Do ya? You have to bring her. And then make a quick exit. That's pretty bad for you. I've seen you calm down some pretty rushes before. Yeah, if you get her in, check into the class and make a quick exit. That was great. Yep, you bet. All right. Yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you. I think we should. Oh, it is. Okay, I'm sorry. There is no. I didn't know that. He has to use it, or she's just completely tripping it out. And he knows he can't kill it. No. Well, that's it. And he wants to be credited as a contributor. Well, I'm sure it's for his. So I told him, yeah, he has to bring it to the class. He's what he should be able to do in football behind him. Oh, his two sons are, yeah, and Aaron, his son, and Aaron's brother's here too. They're both here, and the grandson. I just told him that he'd have to come in the ring, check in with ring help, come in the ring, and then he could exit. I know. We're gonna go with what you got. No, I don't have those. They got it. Yeah, you do. I have a feeling you're probably right. But you're trying to get distracted. I don't know where they are. You mean oh, this one? They have nothing else. You want to look at one? Here, are you going to send me an invoice with it? You going to add this one with it and send it both? Yeah, I don't care. Might be nice if we separated them on the invoice, but send it all together. Yeah. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. Somebody said they didn't know if you sent the box for it. Well, I don't get the chance to call that. I just sent the box. Box said you didn't know if you sent it. I know. I probably shouldn't have asked. Five-minute call for champion ram is the dream. No, you're right, you're right. Wait, you gotta have both of them. Unless you're just gonna bring in those breed champion rams, staff will line you up. Bring in the breed champion rams, please. Not a thing. Yeah, it's doing real good. We won the Marketland show. Indiana? Okay. Alright. It's H-O-W-E-L-L. Okay. Howell. H-O-W-E show in Indiana. So that's why Howell. Helper, finder, something. Yeah. Yeah, Mike told me, he said, I'll call you guys whenever sober. I hope I did that. Call us whenever it's taken in, then I get someone here. So I've been waiting. He called whenever they sent him in, but he's running through the other. Or maybe he didn't think he needed to, I don't know. But they've been going. But they wait for the point to start writing. I just laughed at it. They told us that. I sleep like that. more worried that he wrote the wrong ones down for me. He just doesn't want to pass. What'd you do with the no? You could. What'd you do with the 3-ring numbers? Okay, because I keep those. Oh. So you got them all out there? You got them all? Cool. Yeah, I did. There. I mean, they'll have the right to know this. I appreciate that.
This is the lineup of our breed champion Rams from the last 2 days' junior shows. In the lineup, we have the Border Cheviot, which is a senior Ram Lamb, Spildy 4061, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The Border Leicester White Division winner, an early Ram Lamb, P. Hopkins, 1637, Drew Thomas, Bowling Green, Ohio. The Border Leicester Natural Colored, a Ram Lamb, Vincent Farms, 1602, Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. Columbia is a junior Ram Lamb, Breedall, 16-4, Kennedy Breedall, Bethel, North Dakota. The Cordale Junior Ram Lamb, Peters, 1605, Ellen Peters, Versailles, Ohio. The White Cotswold, a senior Ram Lamb, Meyer, 1608, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. The Natural Colored Cotswold, a junior Ram Lamb, Spy Club Lambs, 1748, Bodacious, Blair Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. The Dorper, a spring Ram Lamb, Deer Run 2, 1624, Peyton Nix, Mountain Grove, Missouri. The Dorset Advantage, a spring Ram Lamb, Scotch Lane Farm, 6393, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. The Horn Dorset, a Weather Sire Ram Lamb, Gadsby, 1627, Hunter Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. The Pole Dorset, a fitted spring Ram Lamb, Purple Ribbon Farm, 1689, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. The Hampshire is a fitted January Ram Lamb, Rickhouse 6037, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. The Katahdin February Ram Lamb, Cooper Gehring, Centralia, Missouri, with Schultz 3767. The White Lincoln is a late Ram Lamb, Gargis Girls 60, Taylor Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. The Lincoln Natural Colored is an early Ram Lamb, Taylor 16497, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. The Monadale is a January Ram Lamb, Smith 1626, Abilene Gatson, Vandalia, Missouri. The Natural Colored is a Junior Ram Lamb, Billieu 16014, Chelsea Billieu, State College, Pennsylvania. The Oxford, a late Junior Ram Lamb, Austin Brockman 1464, Austin Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. The Romney, a Junior Ram Lamb, Thistle Downs 624, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. The Shetland, a Junior Ram Lamb, Sammy Ludlam's Ghost, Samantha Ludlam's, Hopkins, Michigan. The Shropshire is a late Junior Ram Lamb, City Limits Sheep Farm 1650, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. The Southdown is a Senior Ram Lamb, KDK Aztec, Kelsey Smearcheck, Rochalt, Wisconsin. The Suffolk is a Slickshorn Ram Lamb, McCully 3484, Kyle McCully at Glen, Pennsylvania. And the Tunis is a Senior Ram Lamb, Spildy 3247, Kyle McCully at Glen, Pennsylvania. Let's give all of our exhibitors of champion rams a nice round of applause. And as with the last 2 days, our judges for this selection are Travis Hoffman of Fargo, North Dakota, Dave Smith of Earl Park, Indiana, Kyle Thayer of Cummington, Massachusetts, and Dustin Cruitt of Taylorville, Illinois. Let's give these three gentlemen a nice round of applause for working with our youth.
Guess what? I called Mike. Oh yeah, we can. Yeah. thought that's the problem. pretty high. Maybe I need to get it down to it. It's completely off. Get it on for you. Yeah. There you go. They ought to be watching.
Well, welcome to your Supreme Drive here at the North American, and certainly this is the first time that I get to judge the junior show here in Louisville, Kentucky. But on behalf of my colleagues, I know that we really enjoyed sorting the sheep that we've got here, and in fact, I think we appreciate, and hopefully you guys do, the scheduling in comparison to doing this at about 11:30 p.m. And so a big hands up, that deserves a round of applause, absolutely. So thanks for the North American for accommodating us, and I think that's a good thing as we continue to increase numbers here, or at least be able to find ones with breeds with a bunch of numbers. You saw the ones that we picked out here of our top 5, and I think that skeletally, and again, they're ones that are nice. A good made Cordell ram with a nice fleece on him. I think he's got enough grow, no doubt. We've got an Oxford individual that comes out of a tough division that is good, great in his rib, truthfully, and just level. And he's a March-born one, probably the youngest one, I think, of our drive that we've got out here of these 5. Just a nicely made Dorset ram, just sound and correct in his build, and plenty level in his top, and real good headed as well. We got a Romney ram out here that is just a stout featured fella, a February born individual. Again, relative to being a wool sheep, here's one with a really, really attractive fleece to him. I think that's a good kind of an individual that you see in terms of just rib and body and look and skeleton, and we certainly had plenty of fans of the Southdown as well. One that is just elevated and correct and level in how he's designed, and sets them down square, and you certainly appreciate the build in those. So we like them, again, as sound as we can make them, and we found some that we like to put out here. But congratulations to each of those along the way. We'll pick up a banner and give away a championship here in our Supreme Drive. Congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause, and I think on behalf of the committee to let me select a champion.
Supreme Champion Ram goes to the Romney. Junior Ram Lamb, entry number 5, Thistledown, 6'2", Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. If you would, we're ready to bring in those breed champion ewes. Breed champion ewes, please.
There you go, Karen. Lease numbers.
Our breed champion ewes out here, the Border Cheviot is a yearling ewe, McGuire 5090, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The Border Leicester White is a yearling ewe, Taylor 15014, Callie Taylor, Timblin, Pennsylvania. The Border Leicester Natural Colored is also a yearling ewe, Bill 1506, Penny, Jenna Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. The Columbia, another yearling ewe, Worm 552, Eleanor, Seth Bach, Plainfield, Wisconsin. The Corriedale, a February and later ewe lamb, Freeze 618, Cody Morris, Lerna, Illinois. The Cotswold White Division is a yearling ewe, Meyer 1560, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. The Natural Colored Cotswold is a senior ewe lamb, BN 0462, Landon Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. The Dorper, a spring ewe lamb, Kelly Hair Sheep 596, Abigail Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. The Dorset Advantage is a yearling ewe, Hurleman 5068, Garen Hamby, College Grove, Tennessee. The Dorset Horn Division winner was a fitted winter ewe lamb, Shots 1598, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. The Pole Dorset is a fitted yearling ewe, Clampy 501, Johanna DeJoris, Newburgh, Oregon. The Hampshire is a fitted yearling ewe, Quam 5235, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. The Katahdin, a late yearling ewe, Schultz 3590, Cooper Gehring, Centralia, Missouri. The White Lincoln, a early ewe lamb, Taylor 15487, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. The Natural Colored Lincoln is a yearling ewe, Reed 1451, Brittany Anderson, Ash Grove, Missouri. The Monadale, a February ewe lamb, Corzat 1622, Madison Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. The Natural Colored is an early yearling ewe, Cone 1501, Chelsea Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. The Oxford is a yearling ewe, Misty Meadow 0750, Lucy Goosey, Austin Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. The Romney is a junior ewe lamb, Thistle Down 621, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. The Shetland, a junior ewe lamb, Sammy Ludlam's Herrera Stack, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. The Shropshire is a late yearling ewe, D. Hicks 1544, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. The Southdown is a late junior ewe lamb, Silver Dollar, BR 6021, Logan Beckmeyer of Atwood, Illinois. The Suffolk is a late fitted yearling ewe, McClure 1514, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. And the Tunis is a February ewe lamb, Spildy 233, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Let's give our exhibitors of those breed champion ewes a nice round of applause.
I guess as we get here at the end of the day, once again, I'd like to congratulate all the exhibitors out here, and if we could, let's give them a big round of applause. Obviously, us four as judges somewhat had some different opinions. It went together a little bit smoother on this particular lineup, but I think just an outstanding class or outstanding ring of youths. They've all been champion in their own right. I think there's a couple out here that are in, or five that are in contention, a couple that get us pretty close, but I'm not going to go through and super analyze all of them. We've appreciated the opportunity, and I've kind of been asked to speak for the group. We'd just like to wish the juniors a safe trip home if you're going home, and good luck on this week. But all five of these representatives are sure five that we sure think highly of. Each one of us obviously has used them at some point. It gets down to picking some small things out of here, and I get the opportunity to go out and select them. But congratulations to you exhibitors. Thank you to the staff for having us down here, and me in particular. I speak for myself. I think it's been a great time for me, definitely. And I think when you look at Louisville, in my opinion, whether it's a breeding sheep world or whether it's on the other end of the barn in the market sheep world, I guess from my standpoint, I think this is the pinnacle of the world. I don't think you can go anywhere and have any higher quality of animals, and more importantly, I don't think you can have any higher quality of people. So congratulations to everybody. We're going to go out here and we're going to find you a champion.
Supreme Champion ewe goes to the Shropshire Champion, the late yearling ewe, D. Hicks 1544, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Junior exhibitors, if you are leaving and not showing in the open, you can go up to the office trailer for releases. You can go on up to the office trailer to get your releases at this time. If you are leaving, we want to encourage you to make sure you've paid your feed and bedding bill. If you have not made your final settlement with the folks, Darius will be up at the office as well to settle up with you. Please settle with him before you depart. If you are leaving, please be courteous as you load up. Take room out there in the dock area, get things loaded and get going, but be safe in your travels. Thank you for being a part of the 2016 North American International Livestock Expo.
Eunice and Ramble Exit. 20-minute call. 20-minute call for your first classes. 20-minute call for those first classes. Eunice and Ramble Exit. Well, good job. Thank you, Dave.
Woody Jocelyn. Woody Jocelyn, please come to the show ring desk.
Hi, how are you, Robbie? Good to see you. Well, it means it's fine. Fair enough? I'm glad to hear my wife's the same way. Yes. Yeah, I know, Robbie. I think all of us I'm fortunate I'm retired, so I can, if it wasn't for that retirement, I'd be on.
Judging our shows this afternoon with the Ramblers is Woody Jocelyn of Maplewood, Ohio. Woody is retired from farming and also from the Ohio State University Extension Service. Woody is involved with the Ramblers as a breeder and also vice president of the American Ramblers Sheep Breeders Association.
The two judges checks are right.
He's an Ohio State Animal Science graduate, member of the OSU General Livestock and Meat Judging teams. He's raised Angus cattle for 59 years, along with his wife, Ann, and 2 daughters. Judging our Tunis today is Travis Hoffman, Fargo, North Dakota, extension sheep specialist for both North Dakota and Minnesota. Travis was born and raised on a registered Cordell sheep operation in South Dakota. He's a graduate from South Dakota State University, and he completed a master's and PhD degree from Colorado State University, with emphasis on lamb quality. Travis currently holds a joint position with North Dakota State University and the University of Minnesota as their sheep extension specialist. Let's welcome both Woody and Travis to your shows this evening.
You do diet.
Also, Tunis exhibitors, please pick up your gift from the NTSRI before you leave tonight. Gifts are located on the table at the far side of Ring 2. Thank you for your participation, and remember to see Richard Shambo to vote for next year's Tunis Show judge.
Real nice class, excuse me, real nice class of yearling rams to start this Rambouillet show. I'm using a big, strong, powerful ram, a ram that shows me a lot of ruggedness, a ram that stands on pretty heavy circumference of bone. It's not the finest fleece ram in the class, but it's fine enough, it's very even, it's very dense. Real pretty, stylish horn ram to follow him is my pick of the fleeces of the rams in this class. Straight made, just doesn't have quite the overall power, the overall growth and potential for growth in his offspring that I see in our class winner. We move down the line. Another real stylish ram. A ram just doesn't quite put the pieces together in regard to power fleece combination of the two rams that beat him, and a real stylish, long-bodied, long hind-saddled ram that winds up this class. The only thing I'm going to be just somewhat critical on him is I do think his fleece changed a little more than I would like as we move from top to bottom along each side. So thank you very much. We got one mic here. Now I got one.
For the Rambouillets, we're now ready in the ring for the Rambouillet Senior Ram Lamb class. Senior Ram Lambs.
No, on the...
Placing on the Rambouillet Yearling Ram class, first place to entry 2, R50, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second to entry number 3, Borcher 5121, Wild Willie, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. Third place to entry 4, Knudsen Girls, Centerville, South Dakota. And 4 to entry 1, Luciana Reese, Jerseyville, Illinois.
Well, I appreciate your patience with me there. We got so many different kinds here to sort between, and I'm going to do my best to find the ones that I think just combine the most good together and find the correct and complete kind of individuals. I expect a fun tuna show here, and I think that I find a class-winning ram that does some things extremely well, and I like him relative to the balance of just being soft-middled and yet still extremely long in his hind saddle, extremely good, and as you handle him from that last rib back, I think that he could be just a little, wider maybe in his pin set, but I think if you get him out there and move, he's the one that you like the look, and his skeleton is correct as any of them. I guess that's what I like the best about him. The one that comes in second here certainly maybe just a little bit surprises me. He isn't one that just goes out there and rocks it relative to being ultra extended, but man, this is the one that handles as good as any of them. And if you really read him true, he's as good and as open and as full rib as any. I think he's big topped and as dead level as any of them that we've got out here. A really nice kind of an individual, and then certainly I think enough productivity and look to him to move up there in that top or second spot. Man, this guy that comes in third is just neat. You'd think that sheep need to be three-dimensional, then he's certainly the kind that you like, and I follow with that as well, and he's certainly a stout-featured kind of an individual. There's no doubt he's open-ribbed, and he handles with tremendous amount of mass. I think, of course, he could be a little better behind his shoulders as he's not quite as level, but man, certainly if you want a tremendous amount of production, he's the kind that you really have to like. Is he on the edge of the spectrum relative to the Tunis breed? Maybe so, but he's still got so much quality to him that he needs to be here in this top end. That's a good kind, and if you want to throw some extra power in him, man, he's certainly one that you really have to like as well. One that comes in four here, one that I think is so good in terms of just his rib, but he becomes more moderate just in terms of his build of how that skeleton is designed up at the front 1/3 of his body, and then I think the next sheep is good enough in terms of his extra length. He again, kind of like some of the other ones, maybe not quite as level in his overall top line, but a super nifty kind of a made one, a good kind of an individual. Thanks for bringing out some really nice ones, certainly some pieces of the puzzle here to start out your Tunis show in the yearling ram division at the North American. Thank you.
Okay, we get beyond the first ram in this class, and we're putting some parts and pieces of trying to get this puzzle the way I want it. The first ram sure combines the most of the best. He's a big-bodied, big-capacity ram. He's fairly thick down his top. His fleece is more than adequate. Shows me some breed character, and he's sure long where he needs to be long and thick where he needs to be thick. I think he wins this class fairly easily. Ram in second, very stylish ram, very fine fleece ram, maybe not just perfect when it comes to uniformity, top to bottom. I see no major problems as we move from front to back, but as we move down the class a little bit, he puts the puzzle together to my satisfaction more than anything else. We move into third. Boy, what a pretty profiled ram. He came in here, and there's no doubt this sheep is going to get big. Moves out well. He's got some style. He's got a very adequate fleece. I just wish at this stage of his life he was a little bit thicker down the top. We move into fourth place, a big volume ram, a ram ram maybe doesn't have the tightness and denseness of fleece as his competition, maybe doesn't have quite the body length and balance and some of those things that sure add style and symmetry to the sheep, but sure a lot of capacity, a lot of volume. We moved down the class, really a little smaller ram, perhaps a little younger ram, not as heavy a bone, no major problems in him, but he sure doesn't have the power to move up against the competition that's out here. My real problem sheep's finishing up this class. Boy, I like this sheep. It's long flank to flank. Look at that front end and this extension, but the way he moves today, and I gave him one more chance, a little soft on that right rear pastern to suit me in this level of show. So thank you very much. We'll get this right.
Placing on the Rambouillet Senior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 10, Bach 5-90, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second place to entry 11, BJB 15C 43N, Bar J Bar Ranch, Box Elder, South Dakota. Third to entry 5, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. 4 to entry 6, InBody Brothers, Rambouillet's, Bluffton, Ohio. 5 to entry 7, Teresa Terry, San Miguel, California. And 6 to entry 9, Knudsen Girls, Centerville, South Dakota. Placing on the class of Tunis yearling rams, first place in that class to entry 5, Shakel 1510, Shakel Kids, Atlanta, Indiana. Second place to entry number 10, Hasselman 537, Kermit Hasselman, Rydot, Illinois. Third to entry 9, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 4, Colton Brown, New Madison, Ohio. 5 to entry 8, Olivia Brown, Millersburg, Ohio. 6th place to entry 12, Michael Neese, Big Time Tunis, Ottawa, Ohio. 7 to entry 7, Michael Neese, Big Time Tunis. 8 to entry 11, Kaylin Swihart, Perrysburg, Ohio. 9 to entry 3, Triangle Farms, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. And 10 to entry 2, Megan Long, Greenback, Tennessee.
full as good a pair of sheep as I've evaluated here in a day and a half. Happened to come together in a class of 2 or a class of 3 here in the Tunis Fall Ram Division. I like both of these extremely well, and you can pick them apart and pick your differences of which ones you like for different reasons. But the one that I'm going to call the class winner, I think, just does a few more things more correctly for me. And it starts relative to his top line. I think he opens up square into his rib shape. I think he's better in his full rib. I think he's a little bit leveler in his hip shape, and consequently, as we get back behind him, he sets that hock and pastern down just a little truer and square at the ground. I think what helps him balance even better is that he is neater in his chest floor and then drops through that center part of his rib, and that it just allows him to look so much more attractive in terms of just some overall skeletal build. A really high quality individual. I think he could be just a little bit stronger behind his shoulders, and that's where the Ram has the advantage that comes in the 2 spot. This guy that comes in the 2nd spot, as long a hind-saddled sheep is certainly probably I've handled again in about a day and a half. This guy is ultra good in terms of some levelness atop. He's ultra long hind-saddled as well. I think I like the ruggedness in him as well in terms of his footwork and his bone work. As he gets out and moves and motors, I don't consider him quite as athletic in how he handles those rear legs. He gets a little bit more in at his base. He gets a little bit more flex to his pastern, and so I just see a few more things that I'd like to change in terms of his skeleton. But man, that guy is awesome. I like long-bodied sheep, and that guy does it as good as any of them that we've seen in a long, long time. A really, really high-quality pair of Tunis Rams. Hopefully you respect some of the decisions that I make on those. The one that comes in next in line in 3 is, in fact, a pretty good sheep on his own right, but relative to the quality, he's just a step behind those initial 2. I think he's good enough in his rib shape, but to me, he comes a little rounder in how he's built and at the point of his shoulder, and also in terms of his hip shape. Certainly 3 really, really high-quality Tunis Rams. If you'd kindly would, let's give them a round of applause for bringing out a couple to make me scratch my head.
Now ready in the ring to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion Tunis Ram.
Good to go. Okay, maybe the most interesting pair in this class are the 2 we have up here towards the top. They both have some things I like. They both have some things that they give up to their competition. I really like the thickness down the top of our class winner. I like his fleece. I'm not nearly in love with those spurs as I could be, but in the whole scheme of things, I thought he did combine the most of the best in this class. Our second place ram, a really nice, stylish ram, maybe excels our class winner if we talk body length on a flank-to-flank basis. Shows a lot of breed character about his head. Maybe not quite as heavy bone, but those differences are very, very minor. What he does give up to our class winner is just total thickness and muscle development down the top, especially over that rack. He's proportioned in a very desirable manner, and he might be a very young ram that'll grow into it. But on this day, I think there's just too much power and muscle development at the top to go any other way. We move down the line. Third place ram. Sure like his body, sure like his depth of rib, and really like his fleece. Don't like his horn set at all. I like horn rams. I really like horn rams, but I like to see a full, rugged sort of horn set that this ram does not possess at this time. But still, he fits in that third spot just very easily. 2 rams we used to finish the class up. Both have good and bad things about them. Our 4th place ram, good fleece ram. It looks like a very young ram, not very thick, sure not fitted to the level of some of the competition, but that doesn't bother me one way or the other. He's a straight-made ram, and he could grow into a sheep that would compete a little bit higher in this class, given some time, but this sheep shows today, so he's got to stand in fourth. Real straight made, fairly powerful ram we used to finish this class. It's not quite as big as the others, but what really hurts him is on his fleece characteristics, just a little coarser than some and not nearly as uniform as some of the sheep we have towards the top of this class. Thank you very much.
Senior champion ram in the Tunis side. Again, we had some nice rams that come out of that yearling ram division, but the reason I took just a little bit extra time, and probably more than I prefer, on defining what I want to call Tunis type and correctness in design and skeleton, I'm willing to stay with two fall rams that are just awesome for your champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Now ready for Tunis January Ram Lambs. And we're ready for Fair Ram Lambs for the Rambouillets.
Results of our class of Rambouillet junior ram lambs. First went to entry 22, Knudsen Girls, R1638, Knudsen Girls, Centerville, South Dakota. Second to 21, Bach 6-16, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Third to entry number 13, Teresa Terry, San Miguel, California. 4 to 16, Jacob Brinkman, Belchester, Minnesota. And 5 to 19, Luciana Reese, Jerseyville, Illinois. Placing on the Fall Ram Lamb class for the Tunis. First place in that class, and also the senior champion ram, Speldy, 3247, entry number 13, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second in the class and also reserve senior champion, entry number 14, Speldy, 3272, Avery Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third in the Fall Ram Lamb class is entry number 15, Avery Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin.
Okay. Okay, before I announce your champions, I'll go a little bit more detail of what I'm trying to find. I guess I want to start with sheep are put together correctly in regard to skeleton. I want to see them stand on strong pasterns. I want to see those incisors hit the dental pad in a flesh sort of manner. I want to see them when they're moving with those cannon bones traveling some parallel planes. Then we go into some fleece type characteristics, which is, according to the scorecard, is 40% of the evaluation of this breed. Now, one of the very important things is staple length. I have no idea the staple length with any of those sheep. I don't know when they're shorn. They're fitted in all kinds of manners.
Get it up a little closer, so they have a hard time.
Okay, is that better? But, so we can't do much with staple length. I can't evaluate denseness. Denseness is important both in regard to pounds of clean wool and to some protection for the skin. So we can't evaluate denseness. We can't evaluate fineness or fiber diameter. And one that's really important to me is uniformity. I like to see these fleeces hold their grade as we move both from front to rear and top to bottom. After we get some of the skeletal correctness and fleece issues out of the way, then we get into some things you can see from ringside, things like growth and mass and power and framing. These are important because they're indicators of growth and production and potential for growth and production. Even though this is a wool breed, I put some emphasis on muscle development. I want to see the muscling developed in the places that are going to be high priced on the progeny or grand progeny of this sheep as we move through the industry chain. We get in some breed character issues, and then maybe another thing that's sure is fun to evaluate and both fun to observe is things like style and balance and symmetry and profile. Those are some of the major tools I've used on each and every placing as we moved through the individual classes. Now for your champions. All of us have been involved in phenotypic evaluation of livestock for a long time know it is truly exciting trying to find that perfect one. We also know it is just as frustrating to know we're never going to find it. And I'll guarantee you, none of these out here are perfect. I will also guarantee you there's 6 darn good sheep out here, and I would be very comfortable with any of them being our champions today. But there are just a couple that I think I like a little bit better than their competition, and we're going to go out and present a banner to them, aren't we?
In our Rambouillet show, our grand champion ram was entry number 2, our first place yearling ram, R50, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. The reserve grand champion was our senior ram lamb winner, Bach 5-90, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota.
I think, a fun and challenging class to sort between. I'm comfortable with the one that I'm calling the class winner. I guess for me, he just does enough the correct things right. I like the depth of side and rib shape that he's got. I think he's as level topped as any of them that we've got out here. He handles with some length of side. I guess when you truthfully analyze the skeleton and the structure, the angles are correct. He's not wanting to work with them good enough here. You'd expect the 4-H'ers would work a little bit harder at home, but that's all right. It's an open show, so we'll just let him try to make me evaluate angles, and I like him. I guess if we read those angles, he's level-topped, he's stout-made, and I'm convinced that given a better time, he can walk out just a little bit more elegantly. I think that the sheep that comes in second is ultra long-sided, and I think that that's a neat part about him. I don't think he's quite as good behind his shoulders as the one that we got as the class winner, but the immense amount of length and certainly some look to him, I like that a bunch about him. The one that comes in 3, I think that he appears to be long in terms of his hip. He's a little shorter in terms of his loin as well, but I think that he's a good made one, a functional built one, one enough that you got enough rib shape and dimension in him. He's a little bit better in his shoulder, the point of his shoulder, than probably the one that comes in here next in line in 4. He just gets a little bolder and rounder in his overall build, but I think that's one that's bold enough in his rib cage at this point. The one that comes in next does plenty of good things right. He's open in his rib and he's powerful built, and truthfully, if we want to make him just a little bit earlier maturing, then maybe he's the one for you, because I think he's sound enough in terms of how he's built. Obviously, I don't project him on with the future that you see in some of the other ones, but if you want him rugged, and certainly I do most of the time, but he's just a little farther on that edge for me than I would prefer here today, but that's a really good one. Thanks for bringing out some January ram lambs for me to evaluate. Appreciate your hard work in the Tunis breed.
Placing on the Tunis January Ram Lamb class, first place to entry number 23. DGO Farms 1621, Lynn Murray, Higginsville, Missouri. Second to entry 20, Shambo 504, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Third place to entry number 25, Olivia Brown, Millersburg, Ohio. 4 to 24, Avery Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 5 to 21, Gregory Lopper, Nunda, New York. 6 to 21, Schwartz and Tolly, Tunis, Hunt, New York. 7 to 18, Kermit Hasselman, Rydot, Illinois. 8 to entry 22, Michael Neese, Big Time Tunis, Ottawa, Ohio. 9 to 17, West Wind Farm, the Anderson family, Hudsonville, Kentucky. And 10 to entry 16, Portia Kellums, Hillsboro, Indiana.
Tunis Ram Lamb class here, and I guess I find one that I think can win relatively handily for me, of being just stout structured and certainly one with the extra amount of length of side. This guy is really just three-dimensional in his body type, and that's what I like the best about him is just how good he is in his full rib and with that extra amount of length of side. And I think that the angles are still nice, that he's just a functional kind and up-fronted enough. I think the decision comes between more on 2 and 3. I like a tremendous amount of depth of side. I think that the one in number 2 is certainly one that's got a little bit more hip and dimension from that standpoint. I like the stoutness of features that you find in him. He just kind of got that rugged look. Now, I think that he could be better behind his shoulders, and if he was, it would make it a little bit easier for me. And I like the one that's there in 3rd, just a little bit leveler maybe in his top line. I think he comes just a little bit frailer in his overall design, but I think that's a nice kind of a sheep as well there that sits in the 3rd spot. The one that comes in 4 is long-sided. I think he becomes a little bit more immature in his overall rib cage and how that's designed, and I don't think he handles that rear leg quite as ideally. He gets a little bit straighter and postier and how that hock connects to the pastern and the ground, but I think there's no doubt that he's probably going to be as big and as extended one as any of them we got. Another long-sided one that truthfully just looks fresh. There we had some close decisions there. I'm on 5, 6, and 7, and I think this one's one that looks fresh. The angles are right enough in him. I think he'll continue to get better as you project them on. Thanks for bringing out some really nice Ram Lambs for me to evaluate in the Tunis breed.
What a nice class of yearling ewes to evaluate, top to bottom. Just an outstanding class of sheep. I found what I wanted fairly quick in the game with just overall power. We got a ewe up there that's really sprung well. She stands on heavy bone. She shows her muscling where it needs to be, and she's a very well sheep. Really a lot of good qualities, very dense, uniform, just a very powerful sheep. Maybe the closest pair in the class, 2nd and 3rd. A little bit of a trade-off. Our 2nd ewe, a little thicker made, a little finer fleece, and definitely a denser fleece. And our 3rd place ewe sure has the style, the movement, freshness, the youth. So it was a give and take basis, and I figured our 2nd place ewe had more of what I wanted today, so that's where she's going to stand. Move down the line a little bit, a little smaller ewe here in 4th place. Sure, nothing wrong with this sheep. She's straight made, she's fine fleece, she moves out well. She just doesn't have quite the volume to get any higher in the class. Big volume ewe in 4th. Really like her. I'd like to lengthen her out in a few places. Flank to flank length, just margin off, not really critical, but she has some really good sheep in front of her. I'd like to have that loin just a notch longer, and the same with the rest of the hind saddle. Some of the sheep along the rail there, very minor reasons they didn't place higher in this class. Might be a width issue. Some of them the fleece changed top to bottom. I didn't have a fleece in the class that really bothered me as we moved from front to back, but overall a very powerful group of Rambouillet yearling ewes. Thank you very much.
In the Tunis ring, we're now ready for March Ram Lambs. March Ram Lambs are in the ring. And over on For the Ramblers, we're ready for pair of yearling ewes. Placing on the February Ram Lamb class for the Tunis, first to entry 27, Red Barn Farm, 1610, Gregory Lopper, Nunda, New York. Second to entry 26, TriStar, 1601, TriStar Stock Farm, Gilt Edge, Tennessee. Third place to entry 30, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 4 to 35, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. 5 to 29, West Wind Farm, the Anderson family, Houstonville, Kentucky. Sixth place to entry 213, Schwartz and Tully Tunis, Hunt, New York. 7 to entry 28, Jacoby Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Eighth place to entry number 31, Seth Furman, Rochdale, Indiana. 9 to 33, Donald Clodfelter, Marshall, Indiana. Placing on the Rambouillet Yearling Ewes class, first place to entry number 25, Bach 5-36, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second to 26, R&L 0517, Roger Regier, Marion, South Dakota. Third to 23, Bar J Bar Ranch, Box Elder, South Dakota. Fourth to entry 33, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. 5 to 27, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Sixth place to 32, Luciana Reese, Jerseyville, Illinois. 7 to 31, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. Eighth place to 24, Teresa Terry, San Miguel, California. 9 to 30, Jacob Brinkman, Belchester, Minnesota, and 10th place to 28, Teresa Terry, San Miguel, California. For the Ramblers, now ready for senior ewe lambs. Senior ewe lambs. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Ramblers, first place to Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second to Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. And third to Teresa Terry, San Miguel, California.
If you grab any of our
March Ram Lamb class here that, again, plenty of good and quality. I like all 5 of these, truthfully, for some differences and reasons, I guess, in my personal opinion. I think that the easiest place to start, though, is the one that I just find is the most complete, and that's been a little tougher to sometimes try to find here, but I think in terms of feet and leg structure, this guy's good. We can agree that he's a really attractive fronted kind of an individual. I think he's ultra level in his hip shape, and I like the curvature that you find in his rib. Is he going to be super soggy bodied? Probably not, but I think the angles are there, and I think we're just fine with expecting some immaturity relative to young bucks of being able to do that and to do that well. I think then we've got a trio of rams that all have some good and some pieces, and I think the one that I like next in line just handles so good and so fresh up top. I think he's as good in terms of his rack shape and how that center part of his body kind of opens up, and he's just big loined. I guess to make him a little bit better, he needs to be better off of his hip and how he handles that rear leg, and then you can think that he's can take a run for it, but he needs to be sounder there in my personal opinion. I still like that freshness and look, probably a little bit more than the depth of kind of chest that you grab into the next one, but I know he's got some great pieces into him as well. I like the power that he has to his loin edge. I think he's big-ended. As we get back behind him, he's certainly one that has some pin shape, but then we drop into a pretty narrow base, and it just doesn't particularly match, but I think he's a good kind. Plenty of good of performance, and certainly some good in those, a couple things on angles that we'd like to change between the two. I think we can say that the next one is certainly one that's really fresh as well. This is a long hind saddled sheep, one that I like quite nicely in terms of just being elevated and correct enough in how he's designed. Maybe not, maybe one that gets a little bit narrower gauge right now, but I think he's all right. He's going to be one that's going to continue to get better as well, and I think that there's some nice things and pieces about him, enough so I wanted to make sure that he moved towards the top as well. The 5th place sheep, stouter featured, and in fact might be stouter featured than most, but when you get back behind him, I have the most challenges in him relative to his hip, of kind of how that hip is designed, and he gets a little shorter and a little bit more off, but I think that's a good functional kind. I like the rib shape and body. 5 really nice individuals and nice sheep there to pick and choose from. Certainly some differences in type. Thanks for bringing them out for me to look at.
For the Tunis, we're now ready for Slickshorn Spring Ram Lambs.
Close enough, boss?
Placing on the March and later born Ram Lambs, first place to entry 42, Riverwood 6506, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. Second to entry number 37, RQL Farms 1649, RQL Farms, California, Missouri. Third place to entry number 40, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. 4 to 39, Seth Furman, Roachdale, Indiana. 5 to 44,
Is that who those are?
Clint Gary Tunis, Chestnut, Illinois. 6th place to entry 36, Shady Brook Farm, Brookville, Ohio. 7 to 215, Schwartz and Tully Tunis, Hunt, New York. 8th to entry number 43, Jason Connor, Martinsville, Illinois. 9 to entry number 38, Joanna Utzig, Milton, Wisconsin. And 10 to 46, Creekside, Tunis, Dave and Rachel Joseph, Circleville, Ohio.
think we've got an interesting piece to start out your Slickshorn Tunis division. I like this guy quite a bit. I think that he's stout-featured. I think he's big-loined and big-topped, and I think he's plenty level enough. And he's interesting to see, obviously, from a Slickshorn that still puts himself and keeps himself together relatively good. A good, high-quality one that I think wins this class, in my mind, relatively handily. The one that also is big enough loined comes here next in line in the second spot. I think in terms of just balance and look and having some of that extra length, he's the one that does it in just a little bit more muscular type of pattern. The long extended sheep is the one that you're going to call here in third. And I think he's level enough, and in fact I like the angles from his hock to ground maybe just better a little bit than the one that's right in front of him. He just becomes truly a little narrower, and particularly behind the shoulders there. We just don't see that much meat animal kind of a shape in him. But I think he's leveler probably in his overall build, and probably just a skeleton is just a little bit better than the big soggy ribbed one here that we're going to round out the class. I think he's good in his hip, and no doubt he's good in his forerib. We'd like to see him a little bit leveler. He's got a little extra color. Obviously, that doesn't matter too much, but I think we can make him just a little bit more attractive in some of those angles of his skeleton. Thanks for bringing out some Slickshorn rams. We'll move forward on the rest of the part of the show. Thank you.
Now ready for a pair of ram lambs. Pair ram lambs, please. Placing on the Slickshorn Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry number 48, RQL Farms 1604, RQL Farms, California, Missouri. Second to entry number 47, West Wind 666, West Wind Farm, the Anderson family, Houstonville, Kentucky. Third to entry 50, Amanda Sumi, Arcadia, Indiana. And 4 to entry number 49, Portia Kellums, Hillsboro, Indiana.
Again, it was a pleasure to evaluate this class of fall ewe lambs in this Rambouillet show. Real tough pair at the top. Once again, it's some give and take. Our class renter's not the biggest ewe in the class, and she's not going to end up being the biggest ewe in the class, but she's straight made. She's long-sided. I really love her fleece for a sheep that has this much power and length. And I thought when we put all the pieces together and I sorted them every which way I could, she showed me the most of the best. A real stylish ewe in second place, and she is going to get big. She's big now. It's very straight made, shows a lot of style, and moves out very well. She has a fleece that's not as fine as her class winner. It's fine enough. It doesn't change a whole lot, but it's definitely not as dense as what we have on our first place ewe. We move down the line, real thick top, kind of complete ewe in third place, a little smaller package type of a ewe, but a ewe that's still plenty big enough, shows me a good dense fleece, some bone, and really no major faults, and she just had the misfortune to come in a class with two real good fall ewe lambs. I like the ewe in fourth place quite a bit. Well, she wouldn't be there otherwise. She's not as long, she doesn't show the power, but she does have one of the better fleeces in the class. A real straight made, pretty ewe in fifth place, moves out well. It's not quite as thick over her top, but again, no major fleece problems. And if we didn't have this competition of her, she'd move up very nicely. Some real nice ewes along the rail there, particularly the one in sixth place. She follows the pattern real well, and if one of these were not here, she would fit in that fifth hole just ever so nicely. We move down the line, some ewes that aren't as thick, but they're good fleeced ewes, they're good structured ewes, and they're ewes that are going to make good brood ewes for somebody. Thank you very much.
Now ready for Rambouillet Early Junior ewe lambs. First place to entry number 37, O'Banion 1100, O'Banion Farms, Waynesville, Ohio. Second place to entry 40, Bach 5-77, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Third place to entry number 42, Isaiah Bach. Fourth place to entry number 36, O'Banion Farms, Waynesville, Ohio. 5th to 39, Knudsen Girls, Centerville, South Dakota. 6th place to 35, Bob Walters, San Miguel, California. 7 to 41, Jared Connor, Asheville, Ohio. 8 to entry number 45, Luciana Reese, Jerseyville, Illinois. 9 to 43, Jacob Brinkman, Belchester, Minnesota. And 10 to 38, Bob Walters, San Miguel, California.
Going back to the remainder of the Tunis split, January Lamb class is also split. The early class will be those animals born January 1 and including January 21. The late class, those born January 22 through and including January 31. The February lambs, early class will be February 1 through and including February 14. The late class, February 15 and after, and February Tunis lambs will split early February 1 through and including February 14, and February 15 through and including February 29 in late class. And the March lamb class for the Tunis. The early class, those born March 1 through and including March 5, March 1 through and including March 5 is the early. The late class, March 6 and later. March 6 and later will be your late class. March and later born lamb.
Placing on the pairs for the ewe lamb, or ram lambs for the Tunis. First place goes to Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to Gregory Lopper, Nunda, New York. Third place to Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. 4 RQL Farms, California, Missouri. 5 to Schwartz and Tully Tunis, Hunt, New York. 6th place to Michael Neese, Big Time Tunis, Ottawa, Ohio. And 7 to Westwind Farm, the Anderson family, Houstonville, Kentucky.
as intriguing a group of class winners and seconds as I think we can put together out here in the Tunis breed. Plenty of good and plenty of quality amongst each of these, and still each of the four class winners here have some pieces that you could argue, if you so chose, to crown that one. I like the correctness and build that we find in a class-winning January sheep there. I think that he's good enough in terms of how those angles are designed, and I think he's a long-sided kind of a sheep. Again, one that has plenty of good to him. I think there's also some pieces that are really unique in some of these other ones. The one that comes in that February division, so massive in his top shape, and yet I think that he's attractive enough up front relative to the amount of mass and power that you find in him. He's, again, one that's ultra good at the ground when you get out and move on this guy. The angles are correct as you move from hock to pasture into ground, and he's just so open in terms of his rib shape that those are the pieces that I love about him. I think we can agree that in terms of balance and look from the side profile and no doubt freshness, it's that March-born ram as well. The fun thing about him that makes him even more intriguing is that he handles with a bunch of top shape, and in fact you look at him right now and say, all right, he's just a green kind of a built one, he's just got that fresh March ram lamb look, but there's some top in him, and there's enough mass in terms of his rib cage yet as that kind of continues, and enough correctness in how his loin is designed that I project that not only is he going to be large skeleton and have that look, but he's going to have some touch and some handle to him in terms of some top shape as well. He's not there right now, but you certainly want to project him on with some quality. I think that we've got the Slick Shorn sheep as well that truthfully is in the run as well because he's good on his feet and legs, he's level in his top, and I think that there's a lot of quality in him. I believe he's a February-born individual that's so good in terms of just putting some nice things together, fundamentals and rib shape and body and correctness. Again, if you wanted to argue truthfully for any one of these particular four, I'd let you have your say and try to figure out which one has as many pieces as we want. I'm going to go pick the two that I think, again, maybe no doubt they don't match up as much as I would like. I'll tell you that, but I'm trying to find the ones that I think are correct enough in how they're designed and how they're made and put the pieces together. These are the ones that are the most unique in my opinion and have the most breeding value as you project them on. Thanks for letting me look at them, and then we'll move on and pick our champions against our senior division. we won't take as much time on this one. Again, I like that class winner that came out of that junior division. You can see he's massive in his rib and got a nice look to him, but I think it was easily the toughest decision so far today was which of these fall rams I liked a little bit more, because I think they're both extremely good. I told you I like just the chest floor and the center body dimension in the one that I called the class winner, and that one that came in reserve is just extremely long hind saddled. I love the ruggedness of bone that we find in those two. They got great pieces. They'll be your champion and your reserve here at the North American.
Now ready for Tuna's best-headed ram.
Our grand champion ram was our senior champion ram, entry number 13 out of the fall ram lamb class, Spildy 3247, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. The reserve was also out of that fall ram lamb class and was our reserve senior champion ram, Spildy 3272, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Again, now ready for Tuna's best-headed ram.
Another real nice class for Rambouillet ewe lambs. We work at the top of the class. Maybe it's not as big as some of the others. Maybe it's not as long in the places I think they should be long. But when you put the combination together, she sure has the framing. She sure has the style. She sure has a fleece that I really like as we go either front to back, top to bottom, and she moves out. Probably one of the better moving sheep we have in this entire class. We move into second. The ewe, when she came in this class, I thought she was going to win it. I mean, she's long flank to flank. She's straight. Sure got her proportion of hind saddle where I like to see it. Shows me some breed character. But compared to the top ewe, her fleece changes ever so slightly top to bottom, and that's all it's ever going to take to get her one notch down in this class. A little smaller package ewe in third, real thick top, real tight fleeced, real heavy bone ewe. Maybe a little shorter in her overall body dimensions, but still very adequate and fits in that third hole very well. I really like the fleece on the ewe I have here in fourth place. She's really fine, she's really bright, she's dense, and she's uniform, but she lacks a little bit of the power. Might be a tad younger, I don't know, but compared to the three ewes above her, there's just not quite enough sheep to move her up any higher in this class today. A real tight pair of ewes we have in fifth and sixth. I could have flipped them a couple different ways. My final placing was just made on thickness at top. If you want to give something up, the ewe we have in sixth place sure has a little more style, a little more breed character, and maybe a little bit longer in her total body dimensions, but she's not as deep in her loins, she's not as thick over her top, and she's going to stand just ever so slightly below the ewe we have in fifth place. Couple ewes along the line I really like. Let me count here. I guess they'd be seventh and eighth. They get another class, they'd stand up pretty well. Real pretty packages from the side, really good fleece sheep. They just didn't have the power, the overall mass in this class today to get any higher. We move on down the line. Some sheep, some really good fleece sheep, somewhat narrower, somewhat greener in their condition, possibly younger, but they can grow up and maybe next year will be their turn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
For the Tunis show, the best headed ram was entry number 22, Big Time Tunis 1603, Big Time Tunis, Michael Neese, Ottawa, Ohio. Now showing in the Tunis ring, our early class of yearling ewes. Early yearling ewes for the Tunis are in the ring. Those animals born October 25 through and including January 19. Placing on the Rambouillet Early Junior Ewe Lamb class. First place to entry 52, Bach 6-36, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second to 50, Marshall 603, Barrett Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. Third to 49, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. 4 to 55, Roger Regier, Marion, South Dakota. 5 to entry number 58, Knutson Girls, Centerville, South Dakota. 6th place to entry number 53, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. 7th place to entry 57, Luciana Reese, Jerseyville, Illinois. 8th place to entry 47, Teresa Terry, San Miguel, California. 9 to 56, Jacob Brinkman, Belchester, Minnesota. And 10 to 48, In-Body Brothers, Rambouillet's, Bluffton, Ohio.
Yeah, we did. We put all the ones that had
on. Good to go.
It's somewhat difficult to evaluate sheep when they're this young because a little difference in age might make a lot of difference in appearance, but we try to factor some things in, and if they were a little smaller but showed me that youthful appearance, I put them where I thought they should be and tried to adjust for what I thought was their ages. That being said, we do have the power and a little more evidence of growth as we work to the top of this class. I really like the ewe we're using to win this class. She might not be the tallest ewe. She's sure long in the right places. She's widened her base, and her fleece is everything you could ask for a young ewe lamb like this. It's fine enough, it's dense enough, and it's even enough. A real pretty, stylish ewe in second, and she looks like she's going to get big, not quite as long in the loin, not quite as long in the total hind saddle, but a sheep that still shows me denseness of fleece, moves well, has some breed character about her, and should make somebody a really good yearling ewe next year. A little shorter, more confined sheep in third place, a little shorter in their stride, not quite as fluid in their motion, but also if I'm going to be ever so critical, and with this many good sheep, I have that luxury, I think her fleece changed just ever so slightly as we move from top to bottom, and I'm talking way on the bottom. But the competition she has, that's enough to keep her in third place. A couple of smaller, real fresh ewes, oh, they're pretty ewes. They have style, they have length where I want to see it. They move well, but they're just not quite far enough along, don't have the total mass and volume to compete up in this class. Another sheep I'd really like to comment on is the first sheep that's standing along the rail. Time and time again, I wanted to put her in this line. There's a lot of sheep there. She sprung well in her ribs. She has some power and she has some style. I guess I'm going to be a little bit critical on some of her fleece characteristics. Not fine enough and not even enough to stand up in this top 5 today, but still some very good qualities about this sheep. We finish up with a couple ewes, no major faults with them. They just totally got out horsed today. They might be a little younger. I don't know that, but all in all, a real fine class of young ewes. Thank you very much.
First class of Tunis yearling females, and I think I got a couple of them, but the ewe that I start with I think does some things right, and she's extremely feminine. We can see that she's just got a nice attractive look to her up at the top side of her shoulder. She still drops down into a deep soggy kind of a belly and middle there. I think she could be bigger pinned to be critical if we were going to change her, and but I think from a side profile she does some super nice things correctly. I like the handle, I like the 4-ribbon dimension that we find in the female that comes in second. They're just a little different in their overall build. I opt for a little bit of that extra femininity and look up front with the one that I called the class winner. The ewe that comes in third, truthfully, she's one that I think could be a little bit longer sided and she could give us a run, but man, she's just so good in terms of her angles and how she's built and how she's designed. She's still plenty good in her top shape and dimension. A really good kind of a female there that just kept moving up for me in my personal opinion on being kind of a fault-free kind of a girl. She needs to stretch herself out a little bit for her to contend a little bit higher. The ones that come in 4 and 5, they're both big-ribbed, and in fact the 1 and 6 as well. I like the angle up front in the one that comes into the 4 spot. Again, she needs to be bigger pinned as well, but the ewe that comes in next in line in 5, I think she's one that's I like in terms of her stoutness and width to her that she has in her loin. I think if we get back behind her, she's probably one that gets a little lower in her dock set than a couple of them or several of them that we got out here, but I think that there's so much good in terms of her width, the top, and dimension in her that I think she needed to be in that top 5. The young gentleman that just did real well in that last class, he's got a ewe there in next in line in 6 that hunts hard as well. Plenty of good ones there towards the top. Appreciate you bringing them out here in your Tunis division. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Placing on the Rambouillet class of late junior ewe lambs, first place to entry number 62, RNL 0626, Roger Regier, Marion, South Dakota. Second to 63, Bach 6-45, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Third place to entry 66, Isaiah Bach. 4 to 61, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. 5 to entry 65, Luciana Reese, Jerseyville, Illinois. 6 to 64, Luciana Reese. 7 to entry 60, Inbody Brothers, Rambouillet's, Bluffton, Ohio. And 8 to 68, Jacob Brinkman, Belchester, Minnesota. For the Rambouillets, now showing pair of ewe lambs. For the Tunis, we're ready for intermediate yearling ewes. Intermediate yearling ewes for the Tunis. Placing on the early yearling U class for the Tunis, first place goes to entry 58, BWL 1504, Pineywood Farms, Taylorsville, Georgia. Second place to entry 90, Spildy 2678, Avery Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third place to entry 56, Olivia Brown, Millersburg, Ohio. 4 to 54, Clint Gary Tunis, Chestnut, Illinois. Fifth place to entry 59, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Sixth to 61, Gary Lopper, Nunda, New York. Seven to 51, RQL Farms, California, Missouri. Eighth place to 55, TriStar Farm, Gilt Edge, Tennessee. 9 to 91, Michael Neese, Big Time Tunis, Ottawa, Ohio. And 10 to 57, Joanna Utzik of Milton, Wisconsin. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Ramblais, first place to Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second, O'Banion Farms, Waynesville, Ohio. Third, Roger Regier, Marion, South Dakota. 4, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. 5 to Knutson Girls, Centerville, South Dakota. 6, Bob Walters, San Miguel, California. 7, Luciana Reese, Jerseyville, Illinois. 8, Teresa Terry, San Miguel, California. 9th place to Jared Connor, Asheville, Ohio. And 10 to Jacob Brinkman, Belchester, Minnesota. For the Ramblais, now showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion U, your next class will be Flock.
I know we have a flock class after this, but since we're going to wind up the individual portion of this show today, I'm going to make some final comments, and they might take the mic away from me, but before I give it up, I always have a couple of opinions, and the first thing I'd really like to do is give a personal tribute to the sheep that stood fairly low in these classes, and a big thank you to the exhibitors that brought them, because it takes a lot of time, effort, and money to exhibit at these shows. And these sheep that place low are not bad sheep. They can stand competition. They could stand a lot of competition. They just couldn't quite stand what was against them today, in my opinion. So I don't think I would be a bit surprised if any of these sheep that placed along the rail or down in the classes were sires or dams of champions at this show or any other major show across the country. They just had something that didn't quite match up today. Maybe they were a little smaller, maybe their fleece changed a little bit, maybe they lacked a little bit of breed character as I wanted to see it. So that brings us to what's out here now. I talked quite a bit what I wanted to see in this breed represented in the ram classes. The ewes are about the same, except instead of masculinity, I want to see femininity. So I'm going to go out and congratulate your champions. I do want to take just a moment to thank your show management and advisory committee for inviting me down here again. I enjoyed it. I believe in this industry. I believe in the sheep business. I believe in the livestock business, and I believe in this breed. So it's time to make a couple people happy, and if you didn't get one of these champions and you're out here in this line, all I can say is you came darn close.
Grand Champion ewe for the Ramblay Show is entry number 25, the yearling ewe, Bach, 5-36, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. The reserve Grand Champion is out of the senior ewe lamb class, entry number 37, O'Banion, 1100, O'Banion Farms, Waynesville, Ohio. Now ready for the flock class.
Really high quality set of Tunis yearling ewes. This is a middle one of our trio, and I think that you can find plenty of good in several of these. The one that I like here is got that extra amount of stoutness and full rib to her. She handles really, really good in terms of her length as hind saddle, and I think that we can agree that truthfully she's just a bunch wider gauge than the one that comes behind her. And so I like all three of these in the initial group extremely well. I opted for the one that I thought just did skeleton and stoutness and just the best of all of them, a really high quality one. Man, if you want to mark the one that's going to be the prettiest, we can agree it's probably that one in second. She's so attractive in how she's built and so feminine and elegant in how she's designed. I think she gives up quite a bit relative to just that mama look that we find in the class winner, and so I mark her into that second spot. I know that this one in third's got a tremendous amount of quality, and I think the breeders and I will agree that here's one that's extremely, extremely good. In fact, I like so many of the angles about her. I think that she's level in her top line. I think she's correct enough in how she's designed as well at the ground. That one's really good. Is there as much in three-dimensional power as some of the other ones? Maybe not, but man, I certainly appreciate her, and truthfully, she beat a lot of good ewes down the way as well. The one in fourth, she's big loined, she's big topped. She gets a little flatter and kind of a little bit more off at her hip in comparison, but a really nice kind of a female. The one that comes in next in line in five, I think she's one that's got that power look, but she gets a little chunkier and a little plainer up front than maybe we'd prefer, but a really nice group of intermediate yearling ewes there. Thanks for bringing them out here. Plenty of differences. Good job.
Now ready for late yearling ewes, Tunis, late yearling ewes, those animals born March 1 and after. Placing on the flock class for the Rambouillet, first place, and the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second place in the flock to Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming, and third to Teresa Terry, San Miguel, California. That does conclude our Rambouillet show. Our judge for the Rambouillet show has been Woody Jocelyn of Maplewood, Ohio.
Well, as we move into the late-born group of yearling ewes, I like several of these quite a bit. And the one that I'm starting out with, I really do like. Skeletally, she's the best one. She's right in her angles, she's level in her top, and she just proportionally kind of wedges and shapes correctly of how that's tied into her loin, and she comes back into a bigger top and back throughout that hindquarters area. The young ladies there next in line, I think this one's, again, one that's got some openness to her rib. I think she's one that maybe doesn't have that super attractiveness up front in comparison, but again, this is a nice kind of a ewe, and the thing that I really like about her is how level she is in her top line. She stays together pretty darn good in her top line, and I think that she's still got some femininity advantages over that power sheep that comes in next in line in that 3 spot. That's another one that matches, probably similar to the one that's right in front of her. In fact, she's just open in terms of her loin and how she's built as well. A good kind of a female there. She becomes one that just doesn't have that attractiveness of where she's at in her neck and how she's at her chest floor, considering that there's two that just a little shinier up through that front third of its body. I think this ewe in 4th is just awesome as an individual, and it's tough relative to judging some national shows, and I think that this one by herself is just great and handles superb. Just extremely long hind saddle girl, really good in terms of her top line. To be critical, she gets, I think, just a little shorter in her hip, and so she doesn't get out and motor on that rear leg quite as nicely, but man, if she had a little bit more power, a little bit more three-dimensional kind of a look in comparison to some of these other ones, and a little bit more maternal kind of a build, I could run with that one. She's awesome in a lot of the different pieces. The one that comes in next is got some good fundamentals. She's good enough at the ground and how she's built. We get back behind her, she comes a little narrower pin than maybe we would prefer, but a really nice group of 5 females. I enjoyed sorting them and putting them in the order that I preferred. Thanks for bringing them out here and representing the Tunis breed. Lots of quality from top to bottom.
Placing on the Tunis intermediate yearling ewe class, first place went to entry 64, Shambo 482. Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 70, Kraft 1526, Don Kraft, Flora, Indiana. Third to entry 219, Schwartz and Tully, Tunis, Hunt, New York. 4, to entry number 73, Gary Tunis, Clint Gary, Chestnut, Illinois. 5 to entry number 67, Drew Ridgway, Libertytown, Maryland. 6 to 66, Amanda Sumi, Arcadia, Indiana. 7th place to 72, Matthew Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. 8th place to entry number 75, Corn Silk Hollow, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. 9 to 69, Dana Gokenauer, Woodstock, Virginia. And 10 to 71, Shady Brook Farm, Brookville, Ohio. Placing on the light class of fitted yearling ewes, first place goes to entry number 84, Gary Tunis, 502, Clint Gary, Gary Tunis, Chestnut, Illinois. Second place to entry number 78, Spildy, 2899, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to entry 80, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. 4 to 85, Linda Cook, Triangle Farms, Muncie, Indiana. 5 to entry number 77, Corn Silk Hollow, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. 6 to entry 86, Shackle Kids, Atlanta, Indiana. 7 to entry 89, RQL Farms, California, Missouri. 8th to 81, TriStar Stock Farm, Gilt Edge, Tennessee. 9 to 83, West Wind Farm, the Anderson family, Houstonville, Kentucky. And 10 to 87, Michael Neese, Big Time Tunis, Ottawa, Ohio.
Really good, high-quality group of slick shorn Tunis to sort between, and the one that I start with is stout at the ground. She's level in her top, and I think the top two are both big loin, but in fact, relative to proportion of hind saddle, the class winner is the one that we like. I think it gets a little different because you can see more of the localization of fat depots there in her tail, but hey, they're a fat-tailed sheep, right? It's going to happen. You slick them off, that's where it's going to be. And so maybe that doesn't make her the prettiest, but I like how she's built, and I think that she's great in her rib shape. She's huge in her top design. Congratulations on making a really nice one. The young man's next in line is the ultra-bold ribbed one as well. I don't think she handles those rear legs as maybe as ideally as our class winner does, and consequently isn't quite as level to her pin set, but man, that's a massively built one, and if you wanted to switch that pair, I wouldn't argue too much. I also know relative to quality is that this one's really nice and that third spot, and if we want to make them expressive in their muscle pattern, and in fact if we want to power them up here in the Tunis breed, that's the one probably I'd want to own in terms of just having that expression. She is maternal in her look and then through that center part of her body. The answer for me is no, but she's a nicely built one. You made a really nice one for this class, and it certainly competed against some really, really good ones. The one that comes in next in line, just so bold built, wide constructed, and just a power bodied. She becomes plainer in just that front end design of where she's at in her chest floor, but certainly she's one that looks like she can make the move from the show ring to the brood ewe pen relatively quickly. I think the next one is just so long topped, big and open in her rib, and there's as big a loin in that one as any. She just becomes a little narrower pinned in how she's designed at the back part of her body, but she's one that I think has a plenty of good. Really nice ewes. Appreciate the individuals that believe in their operations and their stock enough that they can slick them off and present them. There's certainly some good quality in these Tunis breeds. Thanks for bringing them out for me to look at.
Now ready for Tunis, pair yearling ewes. Pair be yearling ewes, please. Placing on the Tunis Slickshorn Yearling U class, first place goes to entry number 104, Uptown 1534, Becky Reynolds, Cheshire, Connecticut. Second place to entry 99, Riverwood 6332, Gregory Lopper, Nunda, New York. Third place to entry 102, Olivia Brown, Millersburg, Ohio. 4 to entry 92, Kyle McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry number 100, Triangle Farms, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. 6 to entry number 107, Shackle Kids, Atlanta, Indiana. 7 to entry 95, Michael Neese, Big Time Tunis, Ottawa, Ohio. 8 to 94, RQL Farms, California, Missouri. 9th place to entry 105, Corn Silk Hollow, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. And 10 to 221, Schwartz and Tully Tunis, Hunt, New York. Placing on the Tunis class of pair yearling ewes, first place goes to Rachel Shambo of Janesville, Wisconsin. Second place to Gary Tunis, Chestnut, Illinois. Third to Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Fourth place to Triangle Farms, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. 5 to Schwartz and Tully Tunis, Hunt, New York. Sixth place to to RKL Farms, California, Missouri. 7 to Greg Lopper of Nunda, New York. 8 TriStar Stock Farm, Gilt Edge, Tennessee. 9th place to Michael Neese, Big Time Tunis, Ottawa, Ohio. And 10th to West Wind Farm, the Anderson family, Houstonville, Kentucky.